Welcome back to another episode of Epic Blunders. We're jumping into our side characters tonight. We got a couple party members out, but if you've been following us for long, you know we like to keep things kind of in conjunction with our main story. So we've got side mercenary characters that are actually kind of running concurrently with the existing campaign. So I encourage you to stick with us, and you might find a little bit of hinting at plot and development that might shine a light on what's going on with the other characters. Who knows? What happens here definitely affects what happens there. Last time we played, which was a number of months ago at this point, you guys had gone in search of two of your party members, Hrogar, the half-orc, and Maxi, your elven blade singer rogue, who had some sort of a scuffle in the middle of the night regarding a dragon orb that had been found. And you woke up to find a very large shadow dragon had absconded with the two of them and took off to the north. You trekked through large swampy area and a couple of days travel, eventually caught up to the general area where you felt like they may have disappeared to, and were largely grasping at straws until you encountered a very large ogre who seemed extremely friendly, named Rupaal. He introduced himself as the son of one of the local chieftains who was sent to try to find the two that had fallen from the sky. They felt it was some kind of an omen, and so he needed to investigate what was going on. So together with eventually you realize he was a druid, your druid buddy, you guys made it to a river area and came across troglodytes, orcs, orogs, all manner of stinky, smelly, large creatures, and dispatched them. Found your two companions in cages, largely beaten half to death, and are currently deciding what to do, whether to take a long rest or pursue further down the trail where you believe, according to Rupaal, there is an old fortress that may be in use, and it's been corroborated by what Hrogar was able to uncover, or at least listen in from a few conversations. He also mentioned that there were some oversized dragonborn, possibly half dragons, that had popped in on these lizard folks and had seemed to be in charge but weren't present currently. So you assume there's some of that going on wherever you're headed. You guys are currently partially beat up, but you also have a few party members who have rejoined you. So you bolstered your ranks. We'll say for now, Hrogar and Maxi are alive and somewhat responsive, but unable to participate in the current goings on. So, what would you like to do?
Who all is still injured and how bad?
Don't all speak up at once.
I'm down 10. But Anthony, question.
Sure.
Since this is our side group, and I don't actually remember if last time we played them, we were actually doing a stream. Do we need to do brief introductions or something?
We did. The last time we played this group was on the stream. If you would like to go around, because we do have a couple that haven't been present, at least 3, then feel free. We can go down the list now if you want. Let's see, who do we got first? First on my list, we've got Jean.
Jean is a gender fluid shapeshifter, enchanting wizard who, well, no one's really sure why he or she is around.
Including Jean.
I did say no one.
Right. How about Lyra?
Part bard, part ranger. Not really from here. Just here to make some money and survive. Hi.
All right, Nala.
Nala is a crazy barbarian fighter who was picked from the slaughter of a battle by the Raven Queen and filled her with zealous anger. So she basically is just searching for that ultimate thrill at the moment.
Fair enough. Red.
Red is a human ranger with a custom-made weapon that is part gun and part scythe.
All right, Zpek.
Zpek is a white dragonborn warlock pact of the blade, claims a lady Fae as his patron, and seems very zen-like and humor-filled as he goes through the world.
All right, Thorin.
Thorin, also known Thorin Root and Friend, is a Goliath monk, male, whose main weapon is his fist, but has a special necklace that he can use in emergency situations to help sway a battle in his favor.
All right, and finally we have Yue, currently being referred to as Gil by his buddies.
Gil is actually a water genasi, and he is a peace cleric. And he's extremely young compared to the rest of the group and is learning the world now.
All right. So a couple of you have taken a little bit of damage, and a couple of you are fresh. I think you guys had discussed possibly taking a long rest, but that's up to you. I would say, I can't recall 100%, but I would say you're probably mid-afternoon right now. It took you a couple of hours from the time that you first woke up to get here, and then you've had the fight and at least some basic recovery time, searching the battlefield, that type of thing. So I would say mid-afternoon is probably pretty accurate.
So nobody is badly injured at present, correct?
That's what we yanked out of the cage.
Yeah, and they seem like for the most part their health is okay. It's just kind of more trauma that they're dealing with.
Shell shocked.
Yeah, basically. Like I said, they're largely responsive, but they don't really look like they're up for tackling whatever you've got going on. But they seem okay to leave behind and, come back and collect later.
I don't think in-game it actually mechanically has any use, but I'm going to actually use medicine to treat their mental faculties right now to try to help ease them in whatever way I can.
Sure. Yeah, it's a little bit of just kind of shock and exhaustion. I think they both had actually taken a couple points of exhaustion, which was part of it, and so it's just going to take some time to recover. But yeah, you can use. Do you have any type of thing other than just the medicine skill? Do you have any feats? There's at least one that, like, if you use a medicine kit, you can actually heal hit points. Not that they need that, but that would boost anything. Other than that, you could just make a straight up medicine check.
Yeah, I don't see any actual feats that I've taken that would help. So
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you can just make a straight medicine check if you want. Okay, yeah, 18.
18.
Maxie's kind of still drifting in and out of consciousness, but you can tell he's just like super dehydrated, super worn out. The cage is not very conducive to, even if you wanted to sleep, like it's like the right size that it's uncomfortable to stand. It's like not designed large enough for you to really sit or lay down in well. So just cramped and, stiff joints and stuff like that. Hrogar is more freshly beat up after both of them also, toppled 60 to 80 feet from the sky just a day or two before. So he's got that going for him. But he definitely is feeling a little bit better. And once you've encouraged him now that his captors are gone, he's a little bit more calm.
Are we still in an area with lots of water?
You have a river. You cross the bridge in order to get here. So you do have a little river. It's not currently very high, but it is flowing water.
All right, I'll use the shape water to actually shape a little water bed so that it can kind of keep him off the hard ground.
How long does that last?
1 hour.
Shape water, you can hold it in place for an hour?
Let me just double check. That might be if I freeze it, which probably would not be good for them. Although that might help their bruising.
Right.
Well, he did get pretty beat up.
Yeah, 1 hour.
Okay, interesting. That's fine. That is doable.
I think we had decided to stay here because it was in the afternoon, two companions down, and possible ambush coming for us. And we had a good place to set up.
Yeah, I mean, you basically had taken over the existing camp. I think that was what you guys had decided. It wasn't a great camp, but it was a camp, and so you didn't have to do as much work.
All right, then. Should we set the watches? We're going to stay here.
Nala will take first watch.
I'll take a watch.
I will take second watch.
Are you guys just going to kind of chill for a while before or after you do your long rest? If you're mid-afternoon and you take an 8-hour long rest, you're looking at like being done at 2 o'clock in the morning if you're not careful. So you're just planning on intentionally taking more of a 12 to 14 hour break, or are you wanting to get moving in the middle of the night?
That'll let us actually make some food and feed the injured. So
we will take the extra time.
Fair enough.
Chill.
Since did anybody search the bodies of the fallen dead enemies?
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay.
I think they got some coin off of them. Weapons and armor, largely not really all that useful. There wasn't anything magical on pretty much anybody's bodies that was at least scanned through. Depending on whether you want to cart a whole bunch of, armor and stuff like that, you could take some, but a lot of them, because they're troglodytes and such, they didn't really even hardly wear armor. It was just more natural scale protection. Yeah, that's easy enough to do. Is there anything else you would like to accomplish either during the long rest or before the long rest, Otherwise, we can jump ahead on that.
All I can think of, I'll take second. I'll be up on part of the wall where we can watch, or one of the sides where I can watch where the frog went off towards I think you said the state that way, or castle that way. Can't remember.
I'd be first only because I don't have dark vision, so.
Yeah,
I have good dark vision. I will take third watch then.
If you remember, you approached traveling south to north largely, and approached the river that flowed west to east. And you crossed that. The camp was there, and then the road veered off to the west, and that's where Hrogar said that the half dragons had appeared from. So you assume that's the direction you need to head. Lyra, if you're kind of keeping a particular watch, that's where the road goes, and that's presumably where you guys are headed.
Yeah, that's what I'll be watching.
All right.
So then we're resting for the rest of the day?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that is the consensus.
Who's ever in the
Nice.
castle will be there when we get there.
I sure do like an extended rest. And Jean sets up a tent.
Yeah, you can get all your beauty rest in.
Oh, and shifts into the form of a comely elven woman. I hardly need any rest to be beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Lyra's not buying it. Or is Lyra jealous?
No, Lyra's already figured out he's an ass, so she's like, yeah, sure.
All right. If you're on first watch, you can go ahead and roll perception. Actually, everybody just taking the watches, go ahead and roll your perception checks now, so they're done.
Oh, that's 22.
18 for Jeep.
Sorry about that. Dun, dun. Caps again. $18 for Nala.
All right. You guys are all pretty alert. The way the lay is set up and the partial walled structures, you feel like you've got a decent view of what's going on. Largely, you hear just kind of the animals of the night, the lapping of the river not too far away, and largely uneventful. If anybody is aware that something went down, they either haven't responded to it yet or maybe haven't found out at all. You're not really sure. But at least for now, your night passes uneventfully, and you're able to, well, probably with the rest that you've had, everybody is awake with the dawn and ready to go.
So we can do our long rests now.
Yes. Yeah, some of you needed that more than others, but
Well, just
now you're all good to
make
go.
sure it's there.
Yeah, the person who needed it most was your NPC companion. He was down 35 hit points and he used both of his wild shapes for the day. All right. Basically, what you've got to go off of is that you believe, based on your ogre friend's suggestion and what Hrogar had ascertained, this may be a connection to the third dragon cult that Dahon has you investigating, and you believe, as far as you know, they came from the western path. Outside of that, there's not much more to go off of right now. I believe last time you decided it was probably best to at least investigate and figure out if this is something you can handle, or whether it was something you could at least scout out and report back to Dahon and decide how to handle it from there.
Scouting was perfect.
It was a nice long rest. Shall we move?
Yes, let's be off.
Hrogar says, you guys go on ahead. I've got my spells back and largely have my wits about me. Just don't forget about us when you come back through.
Of course.
And Maxie kind of chimes in weakly. And if you plan on dying, just send us a message and let us know first.
Out of character, I don't remember. Which one of those is Kyle's character?
Kyle is Hrogar. That's the orc.
That's right. Zipek looks at Rogar and says, "Wait a moment. Who are you again?" And then laughs and moves on.
He squints back at you and says, "You keep telling me the only reason you're here is because of me. I think you know."
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. And they'll look at him again and be like, no, maybe not. I shall think on it.
He snaps his fingers and there's a little flicker of flame at the tip of his finger, and he just kind of blows it in your direction.
Take a deep breath like I'm going to use my breath weapon.
He just kind of bats the fire away and holds his hands up.
And then I let it out.
Boys.
I let it out and smile. Oh, that's right. I remember you now. And then I turn to walk away and then stop and go, wait. No, probably not. And then keep walking.
You hear him start to mutter under his breath the incantation for fireball, but he's not doing the somatic that goes with it. But you definitely recognize it.
Oh, well, I know exactly who he is.
Yeah, I know.
And at this exchange, Jean smiles slightly and turns and starts headed off towards what we assume is going to be some other dragon cult.
Yeah, so for people who haven't been with this group long, or people listening in, this group of mercenaries has dispatched at least the largest chunk of one of the three dragon cults that Dahon, your patron, the person who often assembles you and sometimes will pay you, has ascertained is existent here on Wildemount. The first one seemed to be led by a corrupted turtle that had a number of slods and other fiendish type creatures under his either employ or his thrall. You're not really entirely sure what happened there, how that played out. But you traveled there with Sloop, who turned out to be his brother, and dispatched him. There was a single toad demon that got away. Beyond that, you're not entirely certain if there's anything left of that particular group. But as far as you know, you took care of the leader. This particular group, you aren't fully certain of details of it, but you're hoping to figure out more as you go. This was kind of the one that Dahon believed was largely made up of dragonborn and dragonborn adjacent, reptilian types of creatures like the troglodytes that you just faced. And then he has reported to you that there is another one that is made up of more humanoid type creatures. He believes mostly elves and humans themselves, and maybe a few other patchwork races. But that's not in the direction that you currently are headed, as far as you know. So this has kind of been your task for the last couple of months, is gathering information and dispatching as much of them as you possibly can. Last you heard, he also has another group elsewhere that is potentially looking into other leads, but this is where you're headed at the moment.
So I have gathered my party, so I will venture forth.
Fair enough.
I suggest we scout the area to see what's going on.
Seems like a job for... And she looks around at everybody. Somebody.
Us.
Mostly I'm saying it seems like a job for, not me.
Yeah, I know you're good at pulling stuff up. Us rangers, on the other hand, with the red, are better than ones finding the trail.
I recall.
Do I look like Thorin to you? I do not blow things up.
Okay, charm themselves so they'll kill themselves. Whatever.
I mean, I only blow them up when they need to be.
My apologies. I'm not the best with names. I'm hoping you all know who I actually meant.
Rogar?
Oh, yes, you mean, wait, no, I think I forgot it again.
Is that his name? As she looks at Z-Pack.
Rogar, yes. If it was, I wouldn't remember it. That's it.
What kind of creature are the troglodytes? Because I can see if there's any in the area.
Troglodytes are like a really, really stinky, like lizard person.
Hey, now.
Well, I'm distinguishing between the slightly less stinky dragonborn.
Hey, now.
You're an all-star?
If you didn't say it, I was going to.
I figured somebody would.
Get your game on, Z-Pack.
Go play. All right, we're done.
Well, we could follow the trail for the one that we let go, that limped off back to his master. I mean, he had only a crutch and one foot. Shouldn't be that hard to follow.
You guys do remember he headed off to the north. You did specifically give him instructions to go away.
Yes, I don't think he's going to the base. Besides from the fact that only 1 foot left, he's going to be leaving after tracks. Might make him harder to follow.
We're moving to the west, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your ogre friend points at the road and says, "Rupa all think maybe we just take the path."
Oh.
can scout a long way.
As brilliant as ever, my friend.
He just taps himself, taps his temple. That's my one think for the day.
Okay. Let's walk down the trap path.
Jude heads to the road.
Yes.
Yeah, you do have, because I know you guys are less familiar with these characters, you do have Red, who is a ranger, and Lyra, who is multi-class ranger. So those are probably the two you're used to having out in front.
Jean's not picky, just so long as it's not Jean.
So Jean is very picky about it not being Jean?
But only that one bit.
All right, and unless somebody is telling me otherwise, I'll assume Red and Lyra up front, and you guys can both make perception checks if you're just kind of generally scouting. If you're trying to search for tracks, then I need investigation.
Well, I got a 9.
All right.
21.
All right, 9 for Lyra, 21 for Red. You guys are leading the group down the path to the west. It's a little bit rockier. It's not so hard that you're having to climb per se, but there's a little bit more of elevation, terrain change as you're moving further to the west. If you recall on the map, the more west you travel, the less you're in the swampland, and the more you're actually getting into the mountain itself. So it does start to slowly trend upward as you travel the first half hour to an hour. As far as you know, there's not a whole lot of movement this way. This seems to be kind of an ill-used path, and this definitely isn't the type of thing that would be conducive to merchants traveling. It's far too rocky and hazardous. It's not a very straight path. But yeah, you're able to make it at least an hour into your trip unaccosted. And reminder for any of you who are prepared spellcasters, make sure that you got your spells updated that you want for your long rest. You continuing on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
If it makes any difference, mountain is one of my favorite terrain types.
Okay. It does, at least in that you are able to, if it does get a little more hazardous and difficult to traverse, you can keep the entire party from it being difficult terrain. So nobody is slowed down as you're traveling through this area. So that makes it a little bit easier. Red, you'll see kind of hopping over different rock formations, pulling back different branches and that type of thing to make it easier for people, as she kind of points out, step here, 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 that type of thing. You continue for another hour or so, and the path narrows a bit, but also it seems like about 100 yards down the road, it looks like it also forks, and one part of the path continues about the same elevation, and one branch actually ventures off to the left and starts to trail downward a little bit.
So, RuPaul, Paul, which way do you think we should go? You know this area better.
RuPaul never been this far west.
Okay.
Can say, have not come across them yet. So east is out.
Definitely. Okay, with that, she starts looking around to see for any tracks.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I
Red.
will help.
Okay, so Red's going to assist you, so Lyra, you can roll with your advantage.
That's the thing. 17 total.
All right. The 17, you're looking around and you actually find a number of footprints around here using both paths. You're looking a little bit further, you see at least 3 different types of footprints. One of them seems to be more like open, bootless type of lizard tracks of some sort. And then 2 different humanoid types, at least. But the way that you're differentiating them is one seems significantly smaller than the other. But both paths at this point seem to be used. It does seem like the lizard footprints are more prevalent on the path that is trending down into some kind of a ravine of sorts, from what you can see.
Wait, it's this way for lizard folk, that way for down into the ravine area to keep following the lizard folk track, guys.
Good to me.
Sure. Let's go that way.
Okay, let's go that way. They're heading that way.
Sorry, which direction? Are you heading down or are you heading straight?
Down, following the lizard track.
Okay. So yeah, so this is the path that has all 3, but the difference that you can tell is that it seems to have a lot more of the lizard footprints than the other. Yeah, so all 3 are present on both of them, but that's the only real differentiation you can make with your 17 is that there's more of the lizard footprints on this particular one.
Ah, okay.
All right, you make it probably another 20 minutes, and you look back and you realize you kind of ventured pretty far down in elevation. As you look back up, you see that you're not really that far from where you were when you split the path. You can actually see that split back there, even though you traveled for about 20 minutes. It's a lot more just downward instead of traversing long distance. But you do come up on what looks like a 15-foot crevice almost in a large wall of rock. It's probably about 60 feet in front of you. But everything else kind of comes to a point at this point. And so you basically now are facing this 15 to 20 foot, almost like a choke point where you have solid rock wall on either side of you right now. The trail definitely takes you this far. So you're certain whatever you're following that's come in and out of this way has definitely gone where you're headed.
Are we set up to see the scenery yet?
Only a couple go forward and scout as quietly as possible. See if they're watching for us.
Sounds like a plan. Shall we? She looks at Red.
I can help with stealth if we need it.
Yeah, let's us two go forth and see if there's actually a trap. And then that way, if they see us die, they know it's a trap.
Just run. Just run. Don't fight.
So, Red, are you going to do something to help with your stealth?
I can cast Pass Without a Trace, but I don't know that we need it.
It's up to you. It'll give a +10 to stealth checks to anybody within, I think, 30 feet of you, as long as you maintain concentration. Up to you, because I'm about ready to have you, if you're going to sneak up, I'm going to have you make stealth check. So if you want to do it with your +10, then let me know you're casting the spell.
Okay, I'm going to.
All right, so Lyra and Red, you can add a +10 on your stealth checks that you're about ready to make right now.
Thank you.
It's the one consistent spell that rangers can cast, because it's usually out of combat, and so it's not wasting your ability to attack. All right, so 6, but a 16, right, Red?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do -B 10 to add that for the next time if you need to do it again. So 16 for Red and a 29 for Lyra.
Yeah.
Red, you're kind of more fixated on the rock formations and making sure that nobody is stumbling through as you're moving. But Lyra doesn't seem to have any issues right now, just kind of slipping in and out of shadow. It's like Kronk sneaking through the city and tiptoeing and hiding in the shadows. And Lyra has, as a bard, has her own theme music, just like Kronk as well.
That's right, of course.
All right, you guys sneak through a little bit, and if you'd like, I can summon you to a board so you guys can see what's going on.
I will still need an invite for said board.
Summoning you right now.
Or perhaps I will not. Gore.
Yeah, as long as you're in the campaign, then I just have to tell you what board I'm on. All right, so we have Red here. And do I have a Lyra? Nope, Lyra is not saved. So we're gonna find a Lyra. Oh, I think we gave you Red's mini last time. That's why.
Oh.
Let's see.
Half-elf, female, ranger, bard. Either one.
We can give you Whiskey's old bard mini.
Is it female?
It's fairly androgynous blonde hair.
I guess that'll work. That'll work for now.
I don't know that there's too many archers.
Yeah.
You've got the archer we use for Link, which is a male elf. You got the archer that Red has, and then you have you've got orc and goblin and skeleton and gnoll.
I'm tempted to say, let me be the skeleton because that'd be funny. But
we could also go with that one if you want. Again, not necessarily. No, that's maybe a female. Can't really tell with the bandana.
I can't see it, so.
Let's see. Hang on. Let me assign Sean some miniatures so that he can actually see what in the world's going on.
Yeah, the one with the blonde hair. We use that one.
Okay.
Do they have real female barbarians now, or?
No.
Of course not.
That's what I'm saying. I can't wait till we get a chance to actually edit the minis, because I'm going to sit down and paint everybody minis.
Just chainmail, like bikini, would be fine.
Right? What's wrong with that?
That's what we get, right?
All right. So at least for now, you got the two here. So you guys are in this little crevice. I assume everybody can see. Yeah, you guys are able to see those two?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. The screenshot I've got there on your live thing doesn't have it. That's why I was double checking. All right. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a structure you can see off in the distance. Once you, if you guys, as you're sneaking forward, once you make a perception check. And how far back is the rest of the party staying? Are you kind of creeping forward and giving them space, or are you staying in one spot and letting them go ahead and come back?
Jean is staying behind people who are armored. If they're moving, then Jean is moving.
G-Pack
Like,
is
we'll
taking
protect you.
rear guard.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Is the rest of the party moving, or are you staying in one spot and waiting for the group, the scouts to come back?
I'm waiting for him to come back.
Waiting for the scouts to come back.
Okay, fair enough. So you guys will say you're staying back about 100. No, what I said, a couple hundred yards back at this point. Red, you and Lyra continue creeping forward. With an 8, Red, again, you're a little bit distracted, moving through the terrain and trying to make sure you're not making a whole bunch of noise. And Lyra, you get a better look at the landscape, and it seems like there's a structure that's built in here. Off in the distance, it almost looks like really, really high up, there's some sort of a walkway, bridge type crossing that may take people from one side of this ravine to the other. But it may also take you from a structure that's built into one side to a structure that's built into the other side. You're not really sure from this exact angle, but it looks like there is definitely some building area. This isn't just natural terrain here.
Do I see anybody on it?
At the moment, you do not see any living creatures. The structure itself is high enough up here. Let me get you an actual measurement, because why not? You're looking at probably to the top of this little bridge area, probably a good 100 feet up from the level that you're at right now. You definitely can't, even if there was somebody up there, you wouldn't be able to see unless they were peering down at you.
She waves at Red, points, and moves closer to the wall to try and see hidden a little bit more.
Okay, right side or left side? Over there like that?
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
And slowly inches forward, keeping an eye, see if there's anybody out.
Okay. With your, let's see, your 21, you hear more than see. There's some sort of conversation happening a good distance, again, above you. There seems to be a lot of verticality and a lot of different levels to this place, which from your current vantage point, you can't really make out. But probably a good 50 to 60 feet up, you're hearing a voice talk in kind of a soothing tone, but you can't really make out what it's saying. It's not overly loud. It just, in this particular space, it seems to carry more than a voice might normally.
She stops and listens and looks back at Red and taps her ear because she's not saying anything.
I will try to listen to.
Okay, as you guys are actually getting into the structure itself, why don't you make another stealth check? And pass traces up, and at least for now, we'll keep those same perception checks, but I'll call for another one here in a second.
It was dash B plus 10?
Yeah, or just dash B 10. It's like space 10.
Why am I rolling so badly?
Get it out of the way now. Yeah, Red rolled a natural 1.
Wonders here.
But with the plus 10, it's still a 15.
You didn't get the sound effect. We started to hear it.
Oh, I didn't invite the... Let's see. There you go. And Lyra has a 26. So Red, you feel a little rusty still, especially for this being favored terrain. Not really having a good day. Woke up on the wrong side of the bedroll, maybe. But Lyra at this point is kind of taking the lead, and you're okay with kind of letting her creep in front of you and sneak out there a little bit further. How far are you moving through, and which direction are you hugging the wall still?
Yeah, tug the wall some more.
All right. Red, you doing the same?
Yeah, because I'm just following what Lyra does.
You don't trust your rolls?
Yeah. Well, at least they're not combat rolls yet, so that's always good.
Yet.
Yeah.
Keyword yet.
Yeah, I know. There's still time, right, Anthony?
There's always still time with me. All right. How far are you wanting to go? You just going to keep on going until you spot or hear something new?
The voice isn't getting any clearer. Still too high up.
The one that you heard almost seems to kind of be behind you at an angle at this point, this far in.
I look up towards that direction.
Okay. It's let's see if the light, you guys see the light here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of off in this direction, but it's very high up. Again, it's one of those angles you're not going to be able to see, but it's off in this direction. It's definitely getting fainter, like you're walking away from it.
Let's kind of creep across the way there towards the wall and see if we can...
To the left side?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you both to make another perception check as you get over on this side. You're definitely getting into more of a man-made structure on this side, but it is still kind of mixed between civilization and natural terrain here.
Well, that time it was only a 10.
And 19 for Red. Red, you're picking up finally what Lyra was talking about. It's just this faint, almost like a one-sided conversation that you hear up and to the back left from where you are, way up. Beyond that, relatively quiet, relatively outside of the fact that there's structure built here, there's no real signs of anybody present at the moment, but again, you've heard at least one voice. There's still Red, you're still able to pick up on tracks here and there. It may be hard to pick out any one particular set. It looks like this area has been utilized quite frequently.
Okay.
Similarly to a campsite, that type of thing, where it's really hard to make out what's going on in a campsite because people are just kind of stepping in the same places repeatedly, that type of thing, and stepping over, old footprints and that type of thing.
Do I see any way into the structure, or is there...
Not from your current vantage point.
Okay.
You can see far enough down that this ravine itself, at least the way it's open, probably continues for another 100 or so feet. Let me give you an exact. Yeah, you're looking at least probably 200 feet, maybe more, to go before you lose any visual on the far side. But at least from your current vantage point, no clear sign of how to get up or in.
Well, let's creep forward a little bit more and keep looking for that way in and keep listening.
All right, make me another stealth check, please. Man, you're right. You are rolling terrible.
I like.
Wow. Yeah, I got 28 total with that plus 10.
And Red, you do have your plus 10, so you still got a...
Yeah, I didn't add that.
15 again, but that's 2 natural ones on your stealth checks back to back.
Better get him out of the way right now.
Red, as you're moving forward, you're kind of acutely aware of like the way the sun is hitting you and casting a shadow in all the wrong directions, and now you're paying less attention to kind of walking stealthily and more attention to where can I walk so that my shadow isn't casting, all over the place, and in doing so, you're a little less quiet than you'd like. But 15 is still not bad. Okay, you're creeping forward. Red, you do eventually, as Lyra is moving forward ahead of you, and you start to look around, you do notice there seems to be some kind of a stair structure to your left. You can see the stairway from where you are, but you can't see necessarily the way to get to said stairway yet.
I will tell Lyra.
Okay. Yeah, you pointed out off to your left side.
Okay. I motion to go back to join up with everybody else, so that way we can report what we've seen so far.
Okay, make one more perception check, as this is the furthest point in that you've pressed. There it is again.
Yep, there it is.
And that one's not much better. So natural 1 gives you an 8, and a natural 3 gives Red a 9. You guys are realizing largely one thing. You're directly under this bridge structure at this point. Beyond that, you know that there's a stairway to your left. Exactly how to get to said stairway is uncertain, but that's about all you know. And you're kind of more concerned with turning around and realizing you're probably at least 100 feet into this ravine, and you probably went much further away from... Yeah, you're like 160 feet in on this, which means you're probably close to 500 feet away from your companions right now.
Yeah, she turns around and motions back towards the way we came in.
All right. You hugging the walls again?
Yep. Trying not to get caught.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you're sticking close to the walls, we'll keep the same checks. And I assume, Red, you're maintaining your pass without trace?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you're good. You guys are able to creep back out slowly, quietly, and back to the rest of the group.
So what'd you see?
Well, eventually there comes some man-made structures. It looks like a bridge, and we heard some talking. I couldn't make it out. Could you read?
No, it just sounded like mumbling.
She did see where the stairs, some stairs, but not really how to get to them. It was a bit of a ways in, so we decided to come back and report. Because we went in quiet, of course, so that way we didn't get killed. But yeah, looks like a bridge or something, about 100 feet up, or water or something.
Master Jean can get us up there.
Oh yes, fine. I forgot about that.
Well, I can maybe get a few people up there. I can only make 2 people fly at once.
You're being modest, Master Jean.
When have you ever known me to be modest?
Exactly.
Such a darling, Yue. But no, I'm not being modest. I can only make 2 people fly at once.
So is this where we're headed then?
Well, it does sort of seem to match the description we were given.
It does. We'll have to go in because we were probably about, what did you say, about 500-ish feet from you guys. When we decided to turn around and come back, we still hadn't seen a way to get into it, the man-made area, but we didn't want to go too much further without bringing you along, especially since, we hear people. And I'd rather have you guys there to help kill things. That's not how I roll.
We don't have to kill everything we come across, though.
No, we don't, but at the same time, I don't really feel, good about getting attacked and possibly dying, because I don't know how many there, because I couldn't see anybody. But, I'd rather have backup.
Teamwork is always a winner.
Yes, a lot more backup. I can only say bad things to them so many times, and hurt them with my words, but...
Who here has proficiency in survival?
Proficiency?
Not me.
I do.
Anybody who's
Thorin does as
proficient,
well.
if you're proficient in survival, make a survival check.
And while they're making those checks, at the description of what we're looking at, Jean casts Mage Armor on themselves.
Okay. All right, 16 for Thorin, 24 for Red. Thorin at the description, and Red as you're walking back, having been present. And Red, you're also kind of looking up as you're facing away from the ravine and back the way you came. Both of you are able to fairly quickly gauge that where the path split, it seems to be about somewhere between 90 and 120 feet up higher than where you are currently.
I will tell the group and ask, do you think that the other path would get us up?
Seems like it could be a possibility.
Well, from what you described, it seems like it's basically the back door, and going up would be the front door. I mean, we can go up and knock on the front door and see how they are, or we can sneak into the back. Either way, I'm good.
What's the plan? Where would you like to head? You've scouted out this direction. But yeah, you have potentially another path that may take you into the same general area.
I mean, we can go scout the top part and see what we can see. We know if they're actually a danger or not. They might be. So I'm good with scouting up the front as well.
Now, you know, it took you about 20 minutes to get down here. Going up's probably going to take you about a half an hour. So I don't know whether you feel like time is of the essence, but it's definitely going to take some time to get back up there. But it is doable, potentially.
I know we didn't really see a way to get up down here, so that might be a better option.
Lead on, Red.
Yeah. Let's go back up. It'll just take us a little bit of time. That's good to me. Because, you know, I hate breaking somebody's house. It's not a threat, so to speak.
All right. Fair enough. Are all of you heading back up? Or just the two scouts?
I thought we were all going.
I'm just clarifying.
Gene sees no reason to have that much room between us and them.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
All right, so yeah, you take about a half hour to traverse back up. Actually, once you all... No, with Red here, then it's not really a big deal. It's not in the winter months yet. You realize this type of terrain could probably get pretty iced over at some point, and especially at the steeper angle that you're moving, it could get a little more treacherous, but currently not too problematic, although it is with the mountainous terrain that you're experiencing, there are patches of snow here and there at this point. You're approaching kind of early winter right now.
Well, both of us are favorite terrain mountain. My other one is forest, so
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's my other one too.
Oh, good. We'll double team it.
All right, so you make it back up to where the path split, and I assume you're heading back down the other direction, so staying on a more natural elevation. And it looks like about the same amount of distance as you move forward, about 10 minutes or so from here, you get to a very similar area that this time looks like it was actually carved out of the mountain itself, but it has a similar effect to basically giving a very small pinch point that you can move through. Are the two of you going to scout ahead, or is the group staying together again? Or staying together this time?
Well, Gene is less than interested in finding bad guys that know they're there. Bad guys being relative.
I don't know if that answers the question or not, though I understand the sentiment.
I won't follow right on them, but I do want to stay, within, 60 feet or so, if we can.
Okay, does that sound reasonable? You guys going to kind of creep up, but stay about 60 feet behind the scouts?
Yeah, that'll be good.
Okay, sounds good. Why don't I have then everybody make stealth checks? Red, are you keeping your path trace up?
Yeah.
I don't see a 60 minutes, so yeah, it'll still be up at this point. So the two of you can have the +10, but everybody else is outside of that range.
24.
31.
6 for UA.
Only a 12 for Gene.
There you go, Red.
UA constantly sounds like he's stepping in puddles, that's why.
Every time you stub your toe, it sloshes.
Splish, splish.
Sounds like he's wearing corduroy pants.
The squeaky shoes send him.
If you've been out in the rain and stepped in a puddle, and then the rest of the day your shoe is all sloshy and squeaky, yeah.
Exactly, that's what it's like.
You step and you see little puddles of water just kind of squirt out through the holes in the shoe. That's the worst. I think GPEC may still be out. Oh, and let's see. Well, that works. Your ogre friend is like tiptoeing and saying, "RuPaul stealthy." Sneaky like a fox.
A very large fox.
He just looks at you and nods his head as if, yes, obviously. All right, so the first group, Lyra and Red with a 28, Lyra with a 31. No problem slipping up and getting much closer to what's going on. The rest of the group, you can hear occasionally behind, but overall, not a terrible stealth check. Thorn 23, RuPaul 21. So as a group, you guys did pass your check, unless GPEC comes in and rolls a natural 1 and ruins it all for you. So there's still time. But Lyra, you and Red can kind of hear the occasional conversation and slurping of water genasi behind you, but you don't feel like the sound is carrying too much beyond you. And you eventually do approach where that pinch point is. You can get a little bit closer, and let me drop you back in so you can see again. There's Red. Let me drop another Lyra figure since I didn't name and save it like I should have. Like a big dummy.
Hey, I got it right. I guessed where we would be on the map.
Oh, yeah.
to all those who are watching the Tailspire, please accept my apologies. This is my first time actually using it in this depth.
And if it makes you feel any better, I'm controlling what's getting recorded. You're just controlling for the players, so screw them.
Even better.
All right, let's see, Lyra, and we'll save it.
In that case, I do need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Quick, everybody roll initiative. Just kidding. All right, you guys are creeping forward here, and it doesn't take long. You can make a perception check so I can tell you exactly what you come across. But you are definitely seeing much more humanoid created structure almost right away.
Can I hear the voice that was talking?
You make a perception check and I'll tell you what you hear. But you do know you're directionally, not directionally challenged. You know that voice that was talking based on the kind of the general layout of compass and stuff like that would be on the other side of the ravine. You came back and you're now kind of on the right side where you guys were in the middle there. You're up on top on the right side now, and the voice that the two of you heard was actually on the left side, probably, if you had to guess, around this elevation, if not a little bit below it, but it's not on this side. Lyra, go ahead and make a perception check also.
I got 9.
9 for Lyra, 10 for Red. So you can definitely see what's obvious in front of you, which is this is a fairly well-built structure here, both because you see a portcullis not too far in front of you. We'll double check on the map. Within 100 feet of you is a portcullis. And on either side, there's carved statues, which also tells you this is kind of at least originally was a very well-designed structure. This isn't necessarily a haphazard, thrown together type of place. You can't make out any details on these statues, but you can tell it's been here for a good bit of time. Beyond that, with a 9 and a 10, not much more you can make out from here.
Can we tell portcullis is up or down?
It is currently down. Yeah, it's currently down.
Pretty forward stuff.
All right, so we'll keep that stealth check because you're moving forward. How far would you like to creep?
60 feet?
Okay, 60 will get you about to the point where this mouth seems to open up just a little bit and you might have a little more visibility, but that also means that somebody might be able to spot you as well. Just a heads up, you don't really know what's beyond that opening.
Then maybe 50. Just stay next to the wall.
Left side or right side? Or are you guys going to each take a wall?
I'm not particular, I guess. We can each take a wall. Not particular.
I will take the left.
You both go on the left, or you, Lyra, are you going right? Okay. Fair enough. All right. Again, what's easy to see is that to the left, so on Red's side, it does open up significantly. What you can make out is that there's some braziers that are lit. It seems like maybe just slowly burning out from the previous night, as it's still relatively early morning. But it looks like it's, again, structurally has been here for quite a while. And then you also do see, you look like you're on the level where that bridge structure was, as you can see something that is taking you from this side to the far side. It's a covered bridge. But yeah, you do see, at least at a glance, that you're not really sure what may be between these braziers and the bridge from your current angle and your current perception check. You also know, like you said, you're only about 50 feet from the portcullis. Everybody else, I'm assuming, is creeping forward and staying within 60 feet of them?
Yes.
Okay, so you're all able to make out, again, just a basic idea of the structure in front of you and some sort of statues framing the outside of the portcullis. But details are beyond you at this point.
This doesn't look like a temple, right?
Not from your current vantage, no.
What are the statues? Can we tell?
You can make an investigation check, but at this distance, it's going to be hard to tell, especially with the perception checks that you already rolled.
Can we see the braziers 60 feet back or no?
You guys cannot, no.
Okay.
Total of 16? Yeah, 16.
Uh, 16, you can tell this is, I will say, normal humanoid. It doesn't look like any sort of like monstrous form. The heads are wearing helmets, but you don't see anything like tails or horns or, oddly shaped, extra arms or wings to make it in any way bestial. As far as you know, human, elf, or some combination of the two is most likely. But details beyond that either aren't coming to you or you can't really make it out.
Mm-hmm.
It looks old, but you're not sure exactly how old. You'd have to take, some time up close and really kind of, search through to get anything more.
Okay, and still no sign of people?
Not at the moment, and not from your current vantage point.
Okay, I guess creep another 20-ish feet or whatever that is next to. Is that a wagon there?
There is like a little wheelbarrow, up ahead. Just seems to be left outside of the portcullis.
I'll move up towards that.
I will also creep forward slightly.
You gonna stay on your side of the wall?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, did I lose you to the height monster? Yeah, you jumped up on top of the cliff. There you go. Now you're back on. Now you're back. Okay. You want to creep any further forward? You're out into a slightly more open area. You're only about 40 feet now from the portcullis. But you definitely don't have the cover of the the rock archway above you as much. You look up and it's open sky above you.
Yeah, I'll keep creeping forward, keeping close to the wall.
All right. Make me another perception check. Red, you doing the same on your wall?
I'll go farther over to the right just because it's not super covered, but more than the left side.
Okay, fair enough. I need both of you to also make stealth checks again. So Red, stealth, and then perception as well.
Okay.
At 29, 28 on your stealth. Those you feel pretty confident at being undetected at the moment. 14 for your perception, Red.
And I have a 22.
22. Red, you're a little distracted as you're moving off of just being wide open. You got a little closer and started to creep out. You realize past those braziers, it's just sheer cliff. And one wrong step in this slight bit of snow out there, take a tumble. And if you actually are 100 feet up, that's a tumble 100 feet down. So you scurry back over to the other side, less interested in what's ahead and more interested in not being the thing that's down below. But Lyra, 22, you're getting the slightest hint of movement inside the portcullis. You don't think whatever or whoever it is has noticed you, and it's not necessarily right at the portcullis, but you know whatever room that is in there, there's at least one thing or person inside.
And move a little closer, see if I can see what's going on or hear.
All right, is everybody else continuing to creep forward at that 60-foot distance?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, I need everybody else that's following to make a stealth check as well, then. How close are you wanting to get here?
That looks pretty good.
Woo! There's the first natural 20 of the night.
Last natural 20 of the night.
Probably.
Yeah, so much. 6.
It's a 17 for Gene, who is now a touch paranoid and working at actually genuinely being quiet.
And 28 for Thorin. He's a stealthy Goliath.
28 or 26? Do you have another +2 that's not on there?
Maybe I misread that, sorry.
Okay, I was just making sure you didn't have some other bonus that wasn't applying. But 26 is still plenty good. All right, so 10 for Nala, 6 for Shipek, natural 20 for 23 with UA, Gene 17, Thor 26, and RuPaul makes stealthy.
I took my shoes off when I realized what was making all the noise.
You handed it to Shipek to hold on to, and that's why he's the not stealthy one now. All right, so collectively, you feel like you guys are still not doing too terrible. Let's see. All right, the two of you sneaking up a little bit closer, make me another perception check, unless you just did and I missed it. Oh, you did. That was the 14 and the 22. Yeah, you creeped a little bit closer. And Lyra, this is not the movement that you saw, but now that you're at a slightly different angle, you're definitely picking up on there is some sort of black scaled small creature, but a creature with black scales on the other side. It seems to be currently taking a nap.
Uh-oh.
Does it look humanoid shaped or four-legged?
This seems to be four-legged.
She turns back, looks at Red, does the whole, looks with, points to the eyes, looks over and points directly to where it is, not saying a word, and then mimes sleeping. And points back to the party.
It seems to have probably like a long 4-foot tail, relatively slender body, 4 legs, bit of a snout.
Okay.
I will nod to show that I understand.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sneak back to the party. I'm gonna start heading back towards the party.
I will follow.
All right, make one more stealth check as you start to sneak back. The pass without trace is currently up and active, but given the fact that you've kind of explored 2 different locations and then had a half-hour trek back up the mountain, I'm going to say that this is your last thing unless you cast it again, Red.
Okay.
All right, 26.
But again, you seem to make the best of it for now. 26 and a 21 on stealth, and feel a lot more confident at the top side of this ravine than you did at the bottom side of it as you're sneaking around. And you make it back to the party, who's at this point no more than probably about 80 to 100 feet away from that same portcullis that you guys were approaching.
Well,
Some of the rest of you in.
We have some information to actually report this time.
Yeah, they make it back to the rest of the group, if that was not clear. They're back to the rest of you now.
And what did you see?
Well, on the other side of the portcullis, I did see some movement, but when we got a little closer, I saw a little small-ish, 4-legged, black-scaled creature with about a 4-foot long tail and a snout curled up, sleeping.
How big of a snout?
I didn't take that close of a look.
Like a dragon?
I don't know, maybe a drake. All I saw was snout and 4-foot long tail.
For me, it's a cult.
Oh, okay. So, the portcullis is down. Seems that way to me. I mean, they have some sort of dragon or drake or something there sleeping. I didn't see wings, but slender, small, and yeah. So the portcullis is down. I don't really see an easy way in because I didn't see any other way in. Did you, Red?
No, I didn't see any switch or doors or anything.
At that point, Jean will shift to appear as one of the leaders from the group that we have dispatched already. Not necessarily looking to take on the exact form, but race and build.
Okay.
This is Sean mostly not remembering a month and a half ago to know exactly what it was we fought there.
You had the troglodytes obviously were not smart enough to be in charge. There were a few lizard folk that were there. There was one orc in particular that had like these long claws and was spell casting. But from what Hrogar was saying, the orcs were taking orders from the more lizard type.
So actual lizard men or dragonborn?
Not dragonborn. Lizard men or no, not the trogs. So you had 4 different types technically. You had a few orogs, which are like the urukai, right? The orcs themselves, of which one of them was probably in charge of the orcs, from what you can tell. The trogs were dumb and were mostly there for brute force, and there were a couple smarter lizard folk there that seemed to, from what Hrogar told you, were the ones that were giving, like the overall instructions.
All right, so yeah, I will actually shapeshift into a lizard folk type or lizard man type, trying to emulate the clothing that I remember them wearing. And I think
Does your shapeshift ability allow you to change your clothing as well, or just your physical appearance, like
that's
your
actually
body?
A very
Double check on that. I'm pretty sure it's just your body.
That's what I think. You may be right. Yeah, it says last slide. Your clothing and equipment aren't changed by this trait. Okay, so I will take on the form of a lizard man, and I guess I'm in the form of a lizard man wearing a robe. Does that seem like that might be? Does that seem like that might be enough to fool them, just based on what I remember them wearing?
The lizard folk that you came across were wearing very little clothing whatsoever.
Perfect. Strip off the robe so that I'm wearing nothing but as little as I can get away with.
Yeah, I mean, you're
decently.
basically working like loincloth type of thing was about all they were wearing.
Perfect. Then that's what I stripped down to.
Fair enough.
And I'll hand my robe to Yue.
Huey's turning like 3 shades of red and turning the other direction.
All right, Nala, I got 2 options for you. Neither one of them are great, but you got a female here, but it's more of a sword and board, and then I've got you a nice burly outdoorsman. Or we can go with the same one that Nona uses.
What's the one in the armor with the sword and shield?
That's one of the options. Yeah, it's definitely female, but I wasn't sure if you wanted that because you technically don't.
Yeah, it's better than being Conan.
A bearded dwarf.
We'll take the chick with the shield. That'll work.
Let's see.
I like that Yui's a wave.
Yeah, that's the water elemental. But I figured that works pretty well for you.
Like me, but everybody knows exactly what it is.
Right.
Who it is.
Gene, do you have access to all the people I've dropped on the board so far? I think you do. Okay, who am I missing? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's one I'm missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Zipek.
It doesn't look like he has access to Red or Lyra. If I can save my character's name right to it.
Huh, it didn't save. Interesting.
Oh, there's me. There's Red, okay.
Alright, let's try this again. Let's see, Zipek, this is the closest to white. I know it doesn't have sword and board or anything, but that's the white dragonborn representative they got. It is also female. Do you want a male one?
You have a male one?
You got two-handed and sword and board, and you got a spellcaster. That's the 4 dragonborn right now. The two-handed?
Yes.
All right. All right, continue. Sorry.
He doesn't have access to that one.
Yep, working on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so after shifting and stripping, Jean says, "You said there was someone inside?"
Yeah. I saw some movement, but then I saw a sleeping scaled something.
Scaled something?
Yeah. Black scales, taking a nap, a 4-foot long tail, slender, and has 4 legs. And snout.
It sounds a little like a dragon, but really small.
It does. Could be a drake.
Did you get a look at what the person is?
No.
I suppose it will have to do.
What, are you gonna walk up and knock on the door? Or portcullis?
Something like that.
Oh, this would be interesting.
You don't think we should be sneaking in the other way then?
Hey, that was
Why do that when I can just have them open the door?
What are you gonna do? Tell them that we're your prisoners?
Oh, I figured I'd have them open the door and then you'd kill them all.
Unless there's like 200 in there.
In which case, we will run.
If there's 200 in there, we're dead either way.
How about an idea for an escape plan first, and then we go in?
I cast fly,
On you?
and maybe UA.
Ooh, I like fly.
What, you guys gonna do some aerial scouting? Don't think a flying lizard could be.
Yeah, why don't you go? That sounds entertaining.
I thought we were speaking of escape plan.
Oh, okay.
Out of character, Zepek is slightly disgusted that his gem is being stolen.
Is what?
I'm doing the Zepek voice.
Gene doesn't realize that Zepek actually has a lisp, and not all Dragonborn talk like that. But it's the one that Gene's been around the most.
GPEC thinks he's making him now.
So shall I get them to open the gate?
Yeah, sure. Let's see if they use that thing as a way to recognize ring from foe.
And at that, Gene will walk out like he owns the place, right up to the portcullis.
All right.
So good. And with that, I take out my bow, knock an arrow, and stand there and wait and watch. See if he gets attacked by whatever that was.
All right, so Lyra, you're staying put, but you're readying an attack.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps we should make sure we're completely out of sight so they don't get suspicious.
Okay, she steps to the side a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll move to the back side of the elemental there.
Here?
There, that's perfect, yeah.
There's a few little crevices you can tuck into. Is everybody trying to find a little spot to dig in?
I will move behind UA.
Back here?
Yeah.
What about you, Lyra?
I will move.
Here? Is that way you still have line of sight or whatever?
Yeah, that'll work for me. Just kind of staying towards the wall, but out of eyesight. But
There's just barely space here beside your ogre friend, because he actually takes up a little more space than what I'm currently tracking him. And there's definitely room. GPEC, you want to go over here with Thorin?
Sure, why not?
All right. Why don't you guys all make stealth checks so you can try to stay not hit or not visible.
Not hidden.
You don't want to be not hidden.
Yeah, good luck.
Back to a 9.
I got an 8.
22.
All right. Your ogre friend has an 11.
Oren rolled 15.
Zepek also has an 11.
All right, and Red had the natural 1 for a 5. We'll see how this goes.
That's not like me.
How far away is Gene from us?
Probably smashes the ground. I don't know. Maybe.
From you specifically to Gene is about 90 feet.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you got a bit of a distance, which helps on these checks because you're further away. But yeah, in terms of spell casting, if you're trying to plan for that, you're a little bit more limited. Gene, you approach the portcullis and you see an orc kind of sitting at a desk inside. Almost seems like a clerk of some sort.
I will, let's see, give me a sec, I gotta see something.
And you do see off to the left, sleeping, curled up, a black scaled creature. Doesn't have wings, slightly smaller than you are, but just barely.
So as I'm walking up, like I said, I'm walking up confident, like I own the place. I'm not, like stomping about or anything like that. Just a confident stroll up to the portcullis. And I'm not saying a word until I get hopefully within 30 feet of the orc.
Okay.
I can get that close.
You can basically get right up to the portcullis itself.
All right. So, and as I get within 30 feet, I'm going to expend a charge from my staff of charming to cast Charm Person on the orc.
Okay. Go ahead. What's the DC on it?
DC 15 Wisdom save.
DC 15 Wisdom. All right.
And how do I cast without using a spell slot?
-I at the end.
Of course.
There's no bonus on this creature, but rolled a natural 19. Remind me the effects of this. Does he know that spell was cast on him? There you go. He kind of looks up, shakes his head a little bit, and says, "Hey, no funny business. If you want in, just ask. Say the password. You know the rules."
Password?
And who are you to question me?
He taps on his shirt and says, "Read the badge. It says gatekeeper." He kind of puffs out his chest proudly.
And at that, if you will allow another spell, since, first one went so well,
Down.
I'm going to... No, I won't make that joke. Makes a hand gesture and staring square in his eyes. "I need no password. Open the gate." Cast suggestion.
All right, what's the save on that one?
Same. DC 15 with save.
15. Roll 13. Suggestion is...
I'll bring it up in a sec. Give me a sec.
I believe it may be a one-word command.
It's definitely not one word.
Command is one word, suggestion is not.
Oh, command is what I'm thinking of, yes.
Hold on. Let me actually read this. You suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two and magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. As long as they can be charmed, they are not immune.
Okay. He's just kind of, fine. Stop messing with my head. And the skilled creature just kind of, you can kind of stretching, waking up and sniffing at the air a little bit. Tongue kind of kicks out like it's tasting the air. The orc looks at you and says, "Where's your unit? Got to report into Resmir."
You ask too many questions.
I ask because it's my job to ask. Resmir's orders.
And I have orders higher than yours from Resmir himself.
Resmir sends paperwork. Where's your paperwork? And he starts to come a little bit closer with his hand out.
Anthony, can we hear this right now? Are we close enough to hear this?
You are... You can make a perception check if you want, but you're... outside of Lyra, you guys are a little bit closer. Lyra's the closest, and she's still probably a good 60 feet back.
Never mind.
Yep, you got nothing. All you're hearing is around the corner behind you. You keep hearing RuPaul stealthing. What you guys are seeing is that the portcullis seems to be open, and Jean is still kind of standing there in lizard folk guise. But beyond that, you're probably having a little trouble making out anything.
Fine. And he'll look like he's going into his pack, and as he comes out, he'll flash another hand not signal, but gesture, and hold person.
Okay.
Which I believe is also a DC 15 save, but let me find out.
Burning through them all, aren't you?
This is how Gene rolls. I unfortunately looked at my list and realized I didn't have minor illusion. Because that's where I was going with this, and then I'm like, holy crap, I did not take that spell. Again, DC 15 wisdom.
All right. Rolled an 8. He is just kind of frozen in place. The skilled creature that has started walking over with the orc as he comes closer looks up at his companion, kind of nudges a little bit, and actually charges in your direction. I will not currently have you roll initiative unless everybody else gets involved, in which case I will. It's running in your direction. Just roll, basically make a dex check. That'll be your initiative to see,
Good boy.
See what gets the jump, who gets a jump on who.
It'll be a 21.
All right, I don't think this thing can even roll that high. Nope. Yeah, it's running in your direction. It's about ready, jaws open, about ready to chomp at you in retaliation for whatever you did to his companion. What are you doing?
I will cast sleep.
Okay. Does it get a save?
It
or just everything in the area? I forget how it works now.
I'm going to target the spell such that only it will be within the area. And it does not get a save, but it's based on how many hit points it has.
What's the radius?
It has an area of 20 feet.
Okay.
If I
you're either going to get it, you could target it a little more, like, so it's not dropped directly on it, but it's going to be impossible to not get yourself or the orc. You could get the Drake and the orc, or yourself if you really wanted to knock yourself out as well. But where they're positioned, you're going to have to either get the Drake and the Orc or the Drake and yourself. You're not going to be able to isolate just the Drake and not one or the other two. Basically, I'm saying you can't make the radius smaller than what it is.
I wasn't. Come on. Hold on. Trying to adjust the map so I can see what I'm. Yeah, there's a problem with that. Sleeve has a number of hit points, and I don't know which of those two has the lower hit points. And I don't have a whole lot of them. If I had the barbarian's hit points, then I'd just go ahead and put myself in it.
Don't be jealous.
I guess I'll have to try hitting the orc too, and hope that it doesn't have as many hit points.
Okay.
So I will need to.
What level are you casting at?
I'm going to cast it at first and hope that's good enough. If not, it'll bite me.
Then it'll get an arrow.
That's not a good roll. Actually, it's not terrible, I guess. I assume it's got more than 19 hit points, though.
The orc crumples into a heap as he is still technically being held and also is now asleep in his paralysis.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, I guess it's going to bite me.
Yeah.
Everybody else behind can make a perception check because this is a little bit more noticeable.
I got 12.
Dirty 20 for you, eh?
Wow. Oh my God.
Thor rolled 22 with a nat 20.
And
All right, Thorin and Red and Yue and Lyra all will notice this creature lunging out of the room itself and into more the bright daylight area. Actually takes a let's see, a chomp, and then also tries to swipe you with its tail. And I can't target you because we're not on initiative yet. So what's your
16?
Okay, the bite misses. And the tail swipe also misses, but it is right in front of you. Those of you that I mentioned, I think, who was that? Thorin, Red, Yue, and Lyra. And we'll...
Lyra shoots it.
The ogre does not notice it. You guys see the thing pop out and take a chomp at your friend. At that point, we're going to enter initiative, but I'm going to say if you didn't pick up on it, you're going to miss the first round because you're going to have to kind of be alerted to what's going on.
Shall we then roll into initiative the second round?
No, go ahead and roll it. I'll just skip you on the first one, on the first round. Otherwise, it'll make it a little too confusing. Let's see.
Really should have had a higher initiative than that.
Yeah, I got 7.
Wow.
Oh,
I
really?
think for initiative.
What is it? Oh, 22. Wow, okay. Sweet.
14 for Thorin.
He added the initiative starting sounds by my request.
That was pretty cool.
Wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, so if you had your sound effect turned up too loud, then RIP ears.
Yeah.
All right, and let me we'll say, at least for now, that orc is out of the way, but let me... I haven't done it this way in a long time. I'm trying to remember how to even do this. See my instructions. Oh, come on. Oh, maybe it's MAD. That might be it. And not initiative. There we go. Okay, so this guy is BL1 at the moment. All right, so top of the order, UA, you did make your perception check, so you're up. You see this thing right in front of Gene, and you see the orc that got paralyzed by some means. It stopped just kind of in the middle of his tracks, is just kind of crumpled in a heap. You didn't see any actual damage done, but it just kind of fell over and is laying on the ground.
All right. I am going to cast Emboldening Bond on Nala, Thorin, and Gpek. I don't know if mechanically there's a way to do that yet.
That's not a spell cast. That's your channel divinity type of thing. So yeah, just describe it to them. You have to ask Joe when he comes back, because he ended up taking that. Class, so I think he maybe has an alias that he could tell you what he's doing for that.
All right. I create a magical bond amongst the three of you for 10 minutes. While you're within 30 feet of any of each other, once per turn, you can roll a d4 and add it to an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Sweet.
And that was which three?
Nala, Thorin, and Gpek.
All right.
How long does that last?
10 minutes.
Well, that's a nice ability.
All right.
Go get him.
Are you moving or doing bonus action? Or was that a bonus action?
That's actually an action.
Okay.
I will knock my crossbow.
Okay, you're just readying your weapon.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Fair enough. Oh, I never actually switched to you. All right. Nala, with kind of that awakening given to you by UA, you also are made alert to what's going on. So on your next turn, you'll be able to do something.
On the next one, yes.
Yeah, so not on this one, but yeah, the following round. Red, have you made it back yet?
Yes.
Okay, it is your turn, and I think you noticed what was going on, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Okay, what would you like to do?
I will get out my bow parts.
Okay. So I think we decided when you're drawing it for the first time, you can select either configuration, and then switching it mid-combat takes a bonus action. So you've got your weapon ready. Are you gonna shoot it, or are you gonna move? What are you doing?
Did pulling it out use my bonus action, or do I have that?
No, you're good. You still got your bonus action.
I will cast Hunter's Mark on the Black Drake.
Okay. So the command is cast Hunter's Mark. And you can target it if you want, but it doesn't necessarily do much. You just have to remember to do HM on your attacks. So that was your bonus action. You're gonna shoot at it now?
Yeah.
All right, so he is BL1.
Oh, I forgot to add Hunter's Mark.
Okay, roll another d6. And remember that you can switch between your cartridges. You just need to let me know, otherwise I'll assume it's normal piercing damage. All right, so an extra 5 points. So 13, oh, sorry, didn't do damage on the first one anyway. So the 5 applies on the second there. So the first attack misses with 13, a 16 hits, and you do 10 points of piercing damage and an extra 5 points from your Hunter's Mark. So let's see. There's its -5. All right. You clipped him pretty good for a first attack. Doesn't seem to be going down in the immediate, but it is his turn. Are you going to move before you end your turn?
I'll try to move up a little bit closer, maybe up to where Lyra is, but not super far.
That's doable. Also, keep in mind that because your weapon has cartridges, it's a little noisier. It's not like a full-on gun, but it makes a little bit more noise. And so in this little cavernous area you're standing in, all of you do hear a bit of a pop. It echoes just a little bit more than the twang of an arrow would. All right. Is that good? Right behind Lyra?
He's having a little trouble getting the camera where he wants it.
Oh, gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not sure what particular camera controls you're struggling with. I know it takes a little bit of time, but if you haven't figured out yet, the green thing, you can kind of take off the top of the map if you need to kind of cut things off to make it a little easier to see. If you drag the green diamond down some. Okay, it is the Drake's turn again. And I guess I never showed you guys this before because it is relatively new, so I'll let you enjoy this. Whatever mini you have selected, you can right click on a different mini and you can do attacks on them, which is kind of fun. And if anybody casts a spell later, then I'll show you the spellcast version of it because they've got one of those too. Anyway, the creature is going to do the same thing. Try to bite and tail whip you, Gene. This time with the 24 does hit. Only does 4 points of piercing damage, but with a squishy spellcaster, 4 points is enough right now. Tail swipe. Misses, so it chomps down kind of on your leg and then tries to swing around with the tail and clip your other leg, and you just kind of step back and avoid that hit. And the creature is done. Thorin.
All right. Excuse me, sorry. All right, how far away am I?
Let's see. Exactly from you. You're looking at about 90 feet.
All right,
in
so
like a
we're
dead
going
run.
to use our full 45 to move, and then we will use our bonus action to move another 45.
30, 40, 45 here. Bonus action. You don't have bonus action move.
Oh.
That's a rogue only thing.
Or sorry, so it would be action to move, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant.
35 puts you here.
Is that a dash then, or?
Yeah, that would be the action to dash. 35 would put you here. You could go, basically, you could go here or here. But that's as far as you can go. You want to be beside the Drake, or do you want to be beside Jean back here?
I want to be beside the Drake.
Okay. Either way, you're at melee, but yeah. Okay.
All right. I do have a bonus action of an unarmed strike, though.
Your monk bonus action unarmed strike is only if you've already taken an attack as your action.
So it's different. It's not different than the flurry of blows.
Flurry of blows will, if you spend a key point,
okay.
then you can attack twice.
Twice. Yep. All right.
Yeah, the bonus action one that's not a key point is just if you've attacked, then for free as a bonus action, you can do a single attack.
All right. Well, in that case, my turn is done.
You see, as you get up closer, you see a... Jean, just because it may matter, it may not, make a concentration check, please.
Is the orc still sleeping?
The orc is still sleeping, but the orc is technically still held.
Let it lapse.
Okay, got it. Because if he wakes up and he's still held, then he's still paralyzed, but I wasn't sure what you were hoping for there. All right, so
long as nobody runs up and shakes him awake, he'll be fine.
So yeah, Thorin, you see an orc laying in the middle of the floor, snoozing. Does not seem to be cognizant of anything that's going on at the moment.
So if I may have a free action?
Yeah, go for it.
Don't wake the orc.
G-Pick.
Don't I get skipped on the first one? I did not detect what was going on.
Yes, you were one of the ones that failed. That's true.
You're such a sensuous, don't wake the orc.
Yeah, so you saw a couple of shots ring out from Red, and you see Thorin go sprinting up. And Oh. Realize there's something going on over there. Lyra, you made your check. You know what's going on.
Yeah. Can I cast Hunter's Mark again on the creature, or is it just once?
No, because it's player specific, because nobody else gets the bonus but the person who makes the cast.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't. I want to make sure I didn't.
No, that's a good question.
Yeah, override her spell. Well, then I will cast Hunter's Mark on the little black drake, and then I will shoot it with my model bow.
All right. Jane, you're up next, by the way. So HM at the end of your command will apply that. No dash, just HM.
Yep. And
oh, that did it twice though.
22 and a 16. Did it do it twice?
Hunter's Mark applies. Thorin, you would know with Link. Does Hunter's Mark apply on every attack or just the first one?
Just the first one.
No, it's all of them. The first one is your psychic damage that you apply with Link. Hunter's Mark applies on any of them, it looks like, at least by the description above.
Yeah, because this is whenever you hit with a weapon attack.
So 22 hits and a 16 hit, and you're consistent on your damage, 14 points each. It's harder for you to make out, but you feel like it's kind of limping a little bit. Jean, you and Thorin see the creature is getting a little bloodied. Lyra, are you going to move at all?
Nope. I'm good where I'm at. I can hit it.
All right. So Gene's up, and then we're back to the top of the order with UA, and everybody will be involved at that point.
All right. Gene will. Let's see. I can't take a step back without provoking an attack of opportunity, right?
It depends on what you're wanting to do. You technically can use an action to disengage.
Yeah, I don't wish to do that. So
Then no.
is there in 5th edition, is there a spell casting in melee, like, negative?
No.
Okay.
There are
So
there's a Mage Slayer feat that if you actually have that feat, if somebody spell casts while they're in melee, you get to take an attack of opportunity, but you have to have the feat for it.
Cool. All right. In that case, Gene will whisper a barely heard word and cast Mind Sliver on the Drake. It is a DC 15 int save.
All right, that should cast fine now that you're in combat.
Oh yeah, I should cast it, shouldn't I?
Yeah, is this, hang on, before, because let me clarify, is this a ranged spell attack? No, it's not, because it's a save, right?
Yeah.
So to clarify on the question you just asked, if it's a ranged spell attack, it works the same way as ranged physical attacks, and it's a disadvantage.
Okay.
But this one is a save, so it's not.
And then it's -T BL1.
Yes, BL1. All right, yeah, rolled a 5, and its intelligence is a -3, so a 2 is definitely a failure. Only 3 points of magical psychic damage, but
The dice don't like me.
but it's a -4 on its next save. Or sorry, -1d4 on the next save. So you at least got that going for you. And it looks super wobbly. You just kind of zapped it in the brain, which it already doesn't have much of. It looks like you probably gave it a concussion and may not be standing for much longer. Bonus action or move?
Well, I will not move, and I don't think I have any bonus actions. Nope.
All right.
So
fair
that's
enough.
it.
UA, a little bit hard to see from your range, but the creature looks a little wobbly.
All right. Everybody is basically still in our group except for Gene and Thorin, correct?
Depends on the range you're asking about, but yes.
I just need to be within 30 feet of the rest of our group.
Yes, Lyra, let's see. Lyra is outside of 30 feet, but I believe everybody else is okay.
Then I will move forward to where I am within range and can actually see all of the people in our group back here.
Okay. Yeah, that should get everybody. The ogre is just barely inside the range. If you move any further forward, you'll lose him, but you've got everybody at this point.
Okay. I'll take out a little metal bauble with some tiny holes in it. It's dangling on a chain. And I'll say a quick prayer to the change bringer and sling it around. And water will actually spray from it, landing on Lyra, Red, and UA, myself. And we are all three blessed.
Cast, not check. Nala, you are up next. All right, there you go.
That gives you a 1d4 to either an attack or a save each round.
Nice.
It's not even each round. It's every attack and every save for the duration.
Yeah, that's it.
It is for 1 minute, so keep that in mind. Depending on whether you're in combat or out of combat, that matters more.
Correct.
Bonus action or any further move?
Yes, I'll go ahead and continue to move forward just in front of, can't tell who that is, but up to my right.
Lyra's right beside you. Red at this point is kind of right behind you. You want to be just like right here?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Nala.
How far is this creature from me?
Quite a ways at this point. So you stepping out. About 105, 110 feet from you.
Okay. Then let me do a movement and a dash for 80 feet,
All right.
and that'll get me at least somewhat close. Is Kroll's Maul in there so that I can just type Kroll's Maul?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an existing item.
My personal necrotic is added to this weapon, so it's nasty.
All right. 80 will get you right beside the wheelbarrow. You're about 15, 20 feet behind Jean right now.
The dash and the move is my action, correct?
Yeah, the move is your move and the dash would be your action. So you just have a bonus action now.
Which I don't know what I can do in a bonus action.
You can pull that up separately on your sheet, make it easier. If you go to actions and instead of all, you click bonus action.
Nope.
Largely for a barbarian, it's rage.
Yeah, no, okay. I was thinking of chucking an axe, but that ain't gonna work. So, okay. I'll just shift the mace around in my hand and twirl it.
The mace or the maul?
The maul.
Okay, so this is a big two-hander, yeah.
This is Kroll's Maul. This is my main weapon now.
Yeah, giant two-hander with like a skull for a head.
I thought there were 3 skulls.
I think there's 2. It's a two-headed thing, yeah. And there's like this green smoke coming out of the eyes. Yeah, it's a pretty nasty weapon.
It's pretty nasty, but considering that I actually do 1d6 plus 6 necrotic, or 1d6 plus 2 necrotic on top of this necrotic damage, it's nasty.
On your first attack, yeah.
Yeah. Or the one that hits.
Yes, the first one that hits, yes. All right, Red. You see this Drake's a little wobbly, and you see a bunch of your allies go rushing past you.
I will move next to the wheelbarrow.
Okay. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What's your move speed?
40.
Okay, that's 40 right there.
Okay, I will switch to the scythe so that next round I can get in. And I guess since I'm not going to take an action, I can dash and get closer.
Right, or you can take your action and shoot. Up to you.
Yeah, I'll shoot the Drake.
Okay. Because your bonus action, you can swap your weapons. If you're wanting to do that, but you can do it after you take your action. All right, first shot. Everybody still hears it's almost like a paintball gun, just like the cartridge, slight little hiss of air being released. 27 definitely hits. Rolled max damage actually on both of them, not that you needed it. Max damage on the bow, 16 points total. And Jean, you see the creature just slump down. There's like a pellet that like sticking out between the forehead, just kind of ever so slightly, mostly embedded, and the creature's just eyes are still open, staring up at you, but seems to not be breathing or moving.
Would
Nala
she be able
curses.
to use the second attack to hit the orc, since technically she would have only done the one attack like she saw the thing die?
She can, but she can also see anybody who's approached as close as she has. So Nala and obviously you, Thorn, know that this creature is fast asleep, magically, or at least you would presume magically asleep. You guys have worked with Jean enough to know that's, well, even in the last combat, I think you used it.
I did. I put a giant lizard to sleep. It was awesome.
Yes, because we joked about sleep never working, and now you've used it in 2 sessions back to back.
I always take the spell sleep when I play a wizard.
So yes, Red, you can see that there's an orc loudly snoring up in front of you. Up to you on whether you would like to shoot it. But you technically do have your second attack.
I'll leave it.
Okay, and are you switching to your scythe mode, or are you going to keep it with the ranged?
I'm switching to the scythe.
Okay, so that's your bonus action. Cool. All right, currently, you all do not, let's see. Yes, this creature is gone. Let me double check on the order. Yeah, Thorin, you're the next person up. So depending on what you do, we'll either stay in combat or drop out of combat. What would you like to do?
I guess we can drop out of combat for now, since the orc is asleep.
Okay.
No sense waking up and killing something for no reason.
All right, yeah, fair enough. So yeah, you guys all see this Drake slump over, not moving. Jean's shoulders kind of slump with the adrenaline, leaving. And as far as you know, the at least immediate threat has passed.
Shall we continue onwards, everyone?
Now that sleep spell, as Jean shifts back into a male form at this point, but human, that sleep spell won't last forever.
Well, we
And,
can bind him up
And
somewhere.
kill him. And then he'll always be sleeping forever. And he won't wake up, and we won't have to worry about our backs.
It's a little bit dark.
Like I said, we
No,
can
that's
bind
practical,
him up
not dark.
and keep him somewhere.
He's back. It's practical.
Well, if he's alive, we will catch potential having the entire place alerted to our presence.
The other option is we take him and leave and question him. Further back, away from his screaming.
We can always gag him and hide him somewhere.
He'll just get free.
Yes, that is exactly what we should do.
There's a time for compassion, and then there isn't. This is not the time for compassion. This is a cult we were sent to crush.
I'm not trying to be compassionate, but I also fully understand that lower level creatures are lower level in the ranks. He's probably just paid to guard this.
He is still guarding the gate of a dragon cult.
He's also paid to
Base.
inform and scream and yell and make an alarm. If it was us, they'd kill us.
Fortunately, we're better than that.
That's what you think. Did you
how about
not
we
just
at
wipe
least
out an
question him
entire
first?
group?
We can ask him how many people are here, what's going on, stuff like that. And then we can decide to do with him what we will afterwards.
Well, whatever we're going to decide to do, we should make the decision quickly. As I've said, this spell does not last forever.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to wake him up and we can ask him whatever we want to.
If he starts screaming, keep your weapons handy.
We'll have the entire base on our heads if that happens.
That's right. Wait, the
Why
question.
don't you tie him up first and gag his mouth?
I was going to restrain him, grapple him, and yes, keep my hand over his mouth.
He can't talk then.
Well, he can when I temporarily remove my hand, but it won't be far to shut him up if I need to. And at that, Thorin's going to walk over and grapple and put his hand over the mouth and try and wake up Lord.
Okay. Let me double check on the spell itself. Okay, there's nothing in particular. Yeah, you can take damage or use an action to shake or slap them awake. So I assume you're just kind of shaking him.
Yep.
All right, fair enough. Make an athletics check to try to grapple. All right, let's see. Yeah, there's a bit of a, but seems to be just kind of rolling around, trying to roll free and unable to do so.
I will tell him, look, we just want to talk, and tell him that if he screams that I cannot control what my companions will do to him, but for now I am trying to keep him safe, and then I will ease up my hand slightly so that he can respond talking wise, just the hand that's on his mouth.
Lara will walk up and stand there with an arrow knocked, looking down at him.
And then I will ask him, do you understand, and will you comply? And let him respond.
Let's see, there's Lyra. He looks over at both of you. Is everybody else coming up to the doorway or through the doorway? Or are you staying back kind of by the wheelbarrow where I have you right now?
I will walk up further.
I will move up.
Okay. You release your hand, and he looks around. His eyes are darting back and forth, and then he looks back at Jean, kind of standing in the same spot. You don't look the same, and he wasn't awake for you changing, but you're still wearing virtually no clothes and just a loincloth.
Correct.
Still doesn't necessarily put two and two together, but just kind of his eyes darting around trying to make sense of the scene that he's in. And he opens his mouth to speak, and what you hear is not something that comes out of his mouth. You hear, hey, I heard some noise going on. What's happening down there?
Prepare a spell.
And at that, I will ask him to tell them that everything is fine and see if he complies.
Lara will say, make it convincing.
His eyes kind of are still darting back and forth, and he says, I had to open the gate for some visitors, that's all. And then you hear the voice, well, okay, I guess. And just little kind of pitter patter of feet moving away.
And then upon that, Thorin is going to ask him if he knows anything about the dragon cult and go from there.
Are you trying to just kind of convince him or intimidate him? What?
I'm just asking.
I need to know what tactic you're using. This is going to be a skill check, so I need to know what you're using.
My words.
Persuasion or intimidation?
Persuasion, deceit, or intimidation. You're not deceiving him.
No, I would say intimidation just because he's grappled by me.
Okay.
I have an alternative that may work.
You should also be prepared for the fact that I had to open the gate for someone, and he's glaring at the orc at this point. Could easily have been a code.
Zepek walks up to the orc that is being restrained.
Okay. Thorin, go ahead and make your intimidation check. And Zepek comes up as well.
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay, 14. What is Zepek doing?
Zepek will cast Fey Presence and attempt to charm it. Well, actually, we'll attempt to charm everything in a 10-foot cube, which I guess includes his friends. Wisdom check DC 12.
If it's a cube, you can kind of angle it in a way that only gets like him and further back into the room.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. If they're charmed, they're charmed.
Okay, so where are you placing it then?
Right on top of the...
Right on top of him?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, technically that gets yourself also. I don't know that you can charm yourself. That doesn't seem reasonable. If it was a daze or something like that, then sure, but I don't think you can technically charm yourself. But Thorin and Lyra need to make saves on this as well.
Yep.
Don't forget, Thorin gets the D4. Lyra's is probably expired, though.
On Bless, yeah, Bless is down at this point.
I can't use that D4 to make his save worse, can I, the orc?
No.
What's the save?
Wisdom 12. Yeah, no problem, yeah.
Okay, Lyra and Thorin, you realize Zepek's force of personality is so sparkling that you were almost compelled to
this is the
to
first
be
time
overly friendly with him as well.
This is the first time he's actually used this. So basically he comes up and he looks kind of like Galadriel in Lord of the Rings, where he's kind of all glowy and moving in slow motion, and he looks sparkly white, like in a pristine good way, almost silvery.
Like a vampire?
No. He almost looks platinum instead of white.
So
Oh, you got shinier.
the orc is kind of starting to snarl at you, and I ain't telling you. And then he gets hit and whammied by Zepek, and just kind of his eyes glaze over, and he looks over at your dragonborn friend and says, "What were we talking about?"
You were telling us all you know about this place and the people in it, because they're so great, and we'd like to know.
Charm person, here, I'll pull it up just so I know the specifics here.
Oh yeah, I didn't do that either. I should do that.
Yeah, use the ability. Is it like once per day thing?
Yeah, once per short rest.
Short rest. Yeah, you're fine as long as you remember that you've used it during the short rest, because it doesn't use a spell slot for you.
No, there is a marker for it, but I'm not sure how to set that.
You would adjust the CC, the custom counter, but as long as you remember, you'll be fine. Or track it in D&D Beyond if it has one there. Oh, I'm going to make one more check on this, though, because your companions just attacked and also are threatening it, so it does roll this with advantage. But rolls even worse. Natural 1 on the second one, so... Natural...
That's no
That's
good.
not for us because we're the only ones that count.
Maybe because it's outside of initiative. I'm not sure. Or it was just a dice roll. It wasn't a check of any sort. That's what it was.
Gotcha.
Yep. So a natural 3 and a natural 1 is still really bad. Okay. Charmed until the spell ends. So charmed for 1 hour. So you are friendly. But it's not necessarily like best friends, but it is friendly enough to you. He looks at you and says, I don't remember that, but I mean, since you're here, well, what all do you want to know?
Well, obviously, Redfist is in charge. What's the congregation up to at this point? I mean, how many?
Who's in charge? Resmir?
Yeah, Resmir. I'm sorry. That's me. That's not GPEC. I actually heard what you said earlier.
That's REZMYR, for anybody taking notes.
Yeah, obviously Resmir in charge, but how many is the congregation up to now?
Nobody calls it a congregation. You act like this is a church. We call it a revolution.
Oh, yes. How much has the revolution grown? And he's, getting enthusiastic.
Well, are you counting just, folks like you and me, or are you talking about the, the four-legged scaled kind?
Both. There are they're my slightly lesser kindred, but they still matter.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll check the books. He kind of puffs himself up again. Gene, you recognize that look, and I'm the official record keeper here, so give me a minute. And he moves back over to the books over by the table. Starts flipping through it. So what exactly you looking for? How many are here right now, or how many total are part of the organization?
Well, right now. I need to introduce my friends. How many are here right now?
Well, Resmir's here, and his three lieutenants. There's a handful of kobolds here. He kind of leans in and kind of covers his mouth a little bit. And says, between you and me, they say they outrank us, but we don't really listen to them.
Yes, but we all serve the revolution, and we gotta wait.
He pounds his chest and gives you a nod.
Mm-hmm.
There's a handful of, and he looks over at the ground at this point. And says, wait a minute, what happened to my Drake buddy? I took a little nap and he's dead. What happened to him?
I'm not sure. He attacked me. That was not nice.
There was foaming at the mouth and stuff.
Even after I gave him the password, I thought they were better trained than that.
Well, what password did you use? Because, they change regularly. Maybe you had an old one.
Oh, I bet that's it. I've been out recruiting for a while. They're supposed to message me when there's a change and I'm bringing new recruits in. But maybe I missed the messenger.
Well, from here on out, at least while you're here, Black is back. That's the current password, so you don't run into any troubles. And he kind of wipes a little tear away and says, I'm gonna have to train a new buddy.
And Thorin will pat him on the back and say, sorry about that, friend.
You can go over there just to give him a pat on the back.
Yep. Show camaraderie,
So we got Resmir and the 3 lieutenants and then the kobolds.
There's kobolds. There's a couple more like me, a couple more orcs, and a handful more drakes.
Yes, good. The revolution grows. This is awesome.
I mean, I think there's a few others elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure that's all that's here right now.
It's good stuff.
About that time, all of you hear a... And he looks around alarmed. That's a sign for intruders. You haven't seen any intruders, have you?
No! And he'll turn to his friends and be like, watch the gate!
Right. We'll watch the gate.
Yep.
Gene will actually step outside the gate as if to take up a post and make sure he's outside of visual line of sight of the orc and cast improved invisibility.
And Thorin is actually going to
greater visibility.
He's outside the portcullis.
Yes.
Okay. So Thorin, you go rushing back out the door.
Not rushing, but he's going to like pretend like he's looking for anybody out there.
Oh, gotcha. You're the furthest one in, so I was trying to figure out. It's a good like 60 feet probably trot for you. But yeah. So you head back out.
He's the big guy. He's gonna puff up and get into like a defensive stance as he's doing it. Like he's ready to defend the place, but make sure he's outside of the portcullis.
Gotcha.
I will move somewhere where the orc can't really see me.
Okay, just kind of dip around the corner here.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody outside doing anything outside of the room already?
Would be me, correct?
Yep. You and Yue. You hear, and you're hearing most of this conversation, at least enough to kind of piece together what's going on. And you definitely all hear the horn.
Aren't there don't we have some guards posted out there? There should be a lookout, right?
Well, I mean, if there's the intruder alarms going off, that means one of the lookouts spotted something.
I wonder where from.
Let me go check with Spike upstairs. He might know what's going on.
Hey, can I read that book? I want to see if one of my friends is on that list.
Yeah. Everyone watch the perimeter. Make sure no one gets in here that isn't supposed to. I'll go with you and talk to Spike.
Okay, I'm gonna check the book though. See if one of my friends is on that list is in maybe residence today.
Make a persuasion check, Lyra. And GPEC, you as well, if you say you're gonna go up there with him.
Uh-huh.
GPEC, you can make it with advantage, given the fact that you're the one who's charmed him.
And Gene will, now invisible, step back inside.
Okay.
I got 18.
Would Thorin have seen you turn invisible at all, Gene?
Gene
ran out.
I believe Gene did that before you made it out of the building.
Okay.
Because he stepped out and started casting that as you said that you were heading out of the building. So it would have been done before you made it out.
Yep. Did I pass anybody on my way out?
You're right beside Red, like side by side with Red, and unless Nala tells me otherwise, Nala's just standing about 10-15 feet outside of the portcullis watching all this.
All right, I will tell Red to tell everybody to get rid of the Drake body somehow.
Okay, I tell whoever's closest to the door.
I mean, you and Thorin and Nala are all pretty equally close to this Drake body, and it's large enough. It's probably going to take two people to drag anyway, because it's all dead weight. Lyra, you said 18, but you actually rolled an 11.
Yeah, I misread.
Yeah.
It's 11.
He looks back at you and says, No, that's my book. Leave it alone. I don't know you. Him I trust. You not so much.
All right.
And he looks warily at you, GPEC, and he says, I'm not really supposed to allow people upstairs, but you just seem like a nice enough guy.
My recruits here will keep watch. Let's go.
All right, he starts leading you up the little stairway.
I will step into the room.
Will pull his armor hood down so that his white dragonborn visage is very clear.
Okay.
Nala will step into the room into the side of the door.
All right. Is anybody actually clearing out that corpse or no?
I am.
All right. Are you getting any help?
I can help.
Okay. Both of you roll a strength check, please.
Oh, really? An 8.
Wow.
I will move it.
Yeah, Nala, you just kind of step over the body and then you hear grunting behind you and realize that they need a barbarian strength.
Not really.
Nala moves over and just like kicks it while you're pulling and doesn't seem to do much help either.
Throw the rug over it.
It takes you some huffing and puffing and struggling, but between the three of you, you're able to kind of drag it off into the corner. But it's way heavier than it looks.
I think we'll eat this later.
Let's tell.
Well, it's heavy. It means it's got muscle and it'll be good to eat.
Nothing wrong with a straight tail. So.
Okay, the tail is yours.
It's like gator or crocodiles. Tail's the best part.
Zebek is so glad not to be here for this part.
Jpek, you get to the top of the
everything.
you get to the top of the stairway. It's multiple floors, and he gets up to the top, and you see a kobold that has just finished. As you're getting up there, another and your little orc buddy says, "Hey, Spike, what's going on? Like, why are you blowing the intruder alarm? There aren't any intruders." And the kobold turns around and says, What did you, who is that? Like just frantically blowing on the...
I'll give him the same chest salute that Orc made earlier. And I'll say, Black is back for the revolution.
Make a persuasion check.
You could teach him to fly, too.
Can I use that D4 for this?
The D4 is on attacks and what, UA? Oh, you're not close enough to anybody else to get the bonus.
Oh well.
You got to be, I think, within 30 feet of somebody else that has the bonus on them.
And very.
He's kind of looks at you and says, something's not right. He looks at the orc. Buddy, this guy doesn't look like anybody that we're supposed to be letting in.
Hello? White? That's one of the colors. He's pointing at his face.
He's peering at you and says, we don't have any white ones yet. Resume would have told us. That's important.
Not if it was a secret. Do you think he's going to advertise if he has somebody out recruiting? One of you might slip and tell someone.
I really am not sure about this.
And he'll look at the orc and say, Can you do something with him?
He puffs up his chest again and says, "Well, of course I can." And Spike the kobold says, No. You know the rules. Kobolds outrank you. We've got scales and you don't.
And
it oddly emphasized with the laugh. Everybody down below doesn't hear the laugh, but you hear a thump. And the door on the far side of the room swings open. Nala, you and Lyra have the best view. Gene, you said you step back in, right?
I can't see it, so there's a second floor in my way.
I did, and I'm working on it. Bear with me.
You see on the other side another one of these black drakes. Remind myself which one this one is. A blue half dragon. You can tell at least half dragon if you don't know what half dragon is. It at least looks like a dragonborn that has a larger snout and is probably weighs an extra 50 to 75 pounds more than Zpek does. Big, beefy, but still medium size humanoid. And behind is another kobold. Actually, two more kobolds, as I'm realizing there's another one standing there.
I don't even see him.
I don't see them either. I don't know if they can hear me, though.
Okay. Gene, click on either Nala or Lyra. You might not have line of sight on them from where you're standing off on the side.
Oh, Nala was inside the room, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're there.
There we go.
Yeah, so on the other side, back here in the doorway, the two in front are definitely the blue half dragon and another black guard drake, but behind you see two pint-sized figures behind them. And they're busting through, weapons drawn, or at least the half dragon definitely has weapons drawn, and are starting to charge. Is there anything in particular you're doing, or do we need to roll initiative?
I'm going to yell, "Black is back."
I will join that chorus if Black is back.
Make a persuasion check, but with disadvantage. They just had the intruder alarm sounded, and they don't seem to be looking too jovial at the moment.
And it's just, is it DIS? ADV?
DIS. No, the ADV would be advantage. DIS at the end.
No, 18.
2 16s.
15.
No, just Nala.
Okay.
And I have my air of it's one way or the other. So, yep. I'm not flinching.
The half dragon stops running, but still has weapons drawn, very, very tense, and is slowly just kind of moving forward.
Yeah. I'm leaning on my Krall's mace so he can see it, and it's smoking. So
interesting. Okay. Let's see.
And I quietly say to the other two around me, choose your target if it comes to that.
Whispers. Yeah.
He stops looking at you for a moment, Nala. His eyes are fixated on the mall, and he says, "I've heard of you. You don't look the way I thought you would. Nonetheless, any false worshippers have to pay. And I need you to roll everybody initiative."
Oh, so the turtle was a false worshiper to them. Interesting.
Hang on, give me a second to start it up.
Okay.
Okay, isn't it?
You're in.
Okay.
I feel like that's the sound from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
It's
In this game, it's called Who Wants to Die a Millionaire.
I was thinking Law and Order.
That's dun dun. But that we could do that. That would be good.
In sound world, it's called a BRAM, BRAAM. And even in just the sound effects pack that I have, there's about 30 different versions. That's just the one I went with for this. All right, I think everything made it in.
The dead.
I didn't group one. One group didn't get grouped, but I think everything else is in right. All right. Everybody make it in?
I don't see Nala.
Nala's in.
Okay.
Nala's right above you. All right, so we do have GPEC, at least in terms of PCs. GPEC, UA, Thorin, Rupaul, Nala, Red, Lyra. Oh, sorry. There is Red with 1D and Red with 2Ds. So Red, make sure you are the second one on the list. And then Jean. Was Jean the only natural one?
That's because he's upstairs. Oh no, he's invisible.
He's invisible. He probably doesn't want to necessarily be noticed right away. Although with greater invisibility, you can cast without breaking your invisibility. All right. First up is GPEC. You heard false worshippers who we put down yelled from down below.
And I look at the kobold because he talked about kobolds outrank you. We have scales. And I said, and I step forward and I look at the kobold and I am like, I am one of the dragonborn, the lady's children, insubordination. Breath weapon.
Okay. All right. Your breath weapon, I believe, is 15 feet. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
All right. So you need to get a little closer first.
That's fine. I have to move, I'm sure. And that will clear me away from the orc, so it doesn't look like I'm breathing on him, so, or whatever that's worth.
Yeah, so you can go at the bottom of the stairs if you want, or you can go closer, but the bottom of the stairs will get you in range.
That's good enough.
All right.
And the orc won't get caught in it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so this guy is, if I remember correctly...
Let's see, how do I do this? It's got a custom counter.
You should be able to use it as an attack.
Okay.
So, like, breath probably will trigger it for you. And this is KO1, Kobold 1.
So, Anthony, you added the entire base to this combat.
Yeah, I mean, they were alerted to something going on. It doesn't necessarily mean they're all immediately on top of you, but they are alerted and trying to figure out what's going on at this point.
I say we burn this place down. Come back and pick the ruins.
All right, failed its con save with an 8, so takes 10 points of cold damage. That's move, that's action.
Checking bonus action. Negative.
All right, fair enough. All right, some of these I'll move. If they're not immediately engaged, I'll move them at some other point, so we don't lose all of our time here. But the one that's in the room which for targeting purposes for anybody is number 4, Wormling 4. We'll put him on that square.
4 then?
Yeah, you have to do Wormling 4, the way that it's showing up on the...
Okay.
Let's see. Closest person would be Lyra. Let's see if it can make it there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah, 25. There's plenty. And similar. Let's see. Oh, no, these are wormlings. These are not the same. I labeled it poorly before. And I think I deleted the wrong one before. I think you actually killed a wormling and I had you fight a drake. But I'll tweak that as we go. He's actually going to run up because it's a wormling and not a drake, and I should have done this before. And similarly to what you did not see Zpek do, he has a breath weapon of his own. 15 feet. Oh, and that is a line. So he's going to go here. So we can actually do it in the line. I need, well, this should trigger here. All right, Nala and Lyra, both you succeeded on your dexterity save, 21 and a 14. Both of them are good. So half damage, still 14 points of acid. It just kind of comes up and you can hear like almost like this regurgitation. And it's all just like vomits this caustic chemical all over you.
Cats are fun. Kind
of sizzles as it's kind of on your skin and dripping off of your armor if you are wearing it. Yue, because I don't think there's any others in the immediate vicinity, so I'll be moving that separately. Go ahead, Yue.
All right, I will use my move to get up to the gate if I can.
Okay. Sean, you got that?
He says 30.
That's good right there. And once again, I will do Emboldening Bond, this time to Jean, Lyra, and Nala.
How many times can you do that per day?
And do you know Jean is there?
3 times.
Yeah, Jean's actually invisible at the moment.
It doesn't actually say that I have to see them.
Well, you'd have to know he was there, wouldn't you? To activate him?
If he's within 30 feet, it can affect him. So if he's not there, then he just doesn't get it. But if he is, then he could.
I would say, you were outside of the room and at least saw Jean go invisible. So as long as Jean is within 30 feet of you and you actually create the bond, then you probably don't have to necessarily see him.
All right.
At least for today, that's how we'll rule it. All right. Anything else?
Did I move 30 feet or just close to 30?
No, that was a full 30.
Okay, then nope, that'll be it.
All right. Fair enough. All right, the blue half dragon that's in the room with you. I got to get back over to the right spot. Is going to lunge toward probably Lyra as well. At the moment, just hoping to get a quick little clip. And let's see, 2, 3, got it. All right, so he runs up to you, sword drawn and shield out. Sorry, spear drawn and shield out. And as he runs up to you, Lyra, he's just going to try to smash into you with the shield and knock you over.
Okay.
They have shield rushes in here?
Shield bash, different things that have, like, there's a feat, I think, that lets you be able to do that. Plus, creatures have different creature abilities as well. 26 definitely hits. 7 points of bludgeoning damage, but you made your strength save with a 15 to avoid getting knocked prone. It was exactly what you needed, was a 15. He kind of snarls at you and decides to try to stab you twice with his spear. Actually, it's the first attack with the shield is successful with the damage, but doesn't actually knock you down. He's going to try to like backhand you with the shield one more time first.
Okay.
And let's see. You can hear him just grunt in frustration as he's swinging, trying to backhand you here. Sorry, I'm looking at numbers. But this one just kind of, you're ready for it now, and you swing wide and completely misses. Then he snarls at you. It's again, false worshippers. And
don't worry, I got something for you.
and stabs at you with the spear. This hurts quite a bit.
3 attacks?
15 points of piercing damage. Yes.
He gets 3 attacks?
3 attacks if they're melee, yes.
Interesting. Much higher than us.
That's kind of how 5e balances sometimes, because usually the PCs outnumber creatures so much that you got to balance the action economy. That's why even lower level creatures get 2 attacks even when you don't. But that is it. Orc 1 is the one upstairs with you, Zpek. He's still thoroughly confused and like holding his head in his hand saying, "Oh, I don't know what's going on. You guys need to knock it off. I'm not trained for this. I'd say I'm not paid enough for this, but they don't pay me at all." And he's just he's going to pass on his turn, just holding his head in his hands, just super frustrated. The other one is elsewhere, and so I won't take up the time at the moment. Thorin, you are outside and have at least noticed that there's a drake much closer that vomited all over your friends, and the large half-dragon is currently putting the hurting on your bard friend.
How far away from both of them am I?
Not very.
Let's go for the half dragon.
All right, he is labeled blue in Avray.
Right. And he is going to get hit with some unarmed attacks. Hopefully, anyway.
That was 30 feet of movement. So yeah, I think you have more than that.
I've got 45 total.
Is that where you want to be, or you want to go someplace else?
Sorry, let me jump back to that map. That should be okay.
How do I rotate the model?
Hold in Alt while you're selecting it, and then you can move with the mouse. All right, One Punch Man does one punch. 22
I told
hits.
it to re-roll, and I guess it didn't re-roll.
I think when you do it and it doesn't work on Link, it's because you don't put a space, RR space 2.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
So 22 hits, 8 points of bludgeoning damage. I assume you're on strike number 2. Also 22 hits, 6 points of damage.
Yep, and then I am going to expend a key point to turn it into a flurry of blows.
You might have that as a command.
I believe I do. I'm just double checking anything else that I want to do as well. Because I have, other stuff that does things. And can I use my stunning strike as well? So can I spend 2 key points or no?
Yes, because
stunning strike. Sorry, it'd be open hand would be the one I want to use. Sorry.
I don't remember specifically the
open hand is whenever you hit with one of your flurry of blow attacks, you can impose one of the following, and it won't take me any additional key points. So it'll be either he falls prone if he fails a dex save.
Gotcha. Yeah, so if you're using flurry of blows, then you can apply your open hand as well. Yep. Yes. Do you see to declare which one you're doing?
It's going to be the falls prone.
Got it. Okay. Is it when you hit? I assume it's only when you hit, right?
It is when I hit with my flurry, yeah, but I still have one more attempt.
Yep.
And of course, both my flurries missed.
All right, and you're tracking your key points, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm tracking them on D&D Beyond.
Easy enough. All right. So first 2 strikes hit, and the second one you try to pop, and both of them, he just kind of raises a shield and nonchalantly blocks them. All right, that's action. That's bonus action. That's at least most of your move. You stay and put.
Yeah.
All right. You guys don't see that one. I don't think the one that you see is number 3. Nope. The caster group didn't end up getting grouped, so they'll be separate. All right, your big ogre buddy who's outside, kind of standing around and, hey, what's going on in there?
Combat.
Do you need help?
Yes.
If you like to help crush them, yes.
Rupa all smash.
It's the thing.
He looks at you. You're the closest one to him. You and Red. He looks at you as you kind of glance over your shoulder, and he just kind of squints and says, "Rupa all not dumb." And he comes running in. 20, 25, 30, 35. Speed of 40 because Ogre's a little bit longer legs. And yeah, I use the Etten thing because there are no ogres currently. And I shrunk down the Etten because otherwise he would have been like, whoa, big. All right. Oh, it's been too long since I've looked at this guy. I'm trying to remember what in the world I built him to do.
That's what I was saying. I had to look for Nala. It's been months.
Woof. Okay, I'll figure this out later. For now, we're going to raise a great club and bludgeon a wormling. Two attacks. Rolled a natural 2 and a natural 1. You add them up to a 19 and that would have barely hit, but a 10 and a 9 definitely do not. And he comes rushing in and almost is out of breath by the time he gets in. And next time. That guy is elsewhere also. All right, at least for now, the ones that matter. We have, so you guys know, KO1 is the one upstairs with GPEC, and KO2 is the one that's currently here in the doorway with you guys. So we'll do the one that's down there because that's where my camera currently is. And okay, got it. He's gonna run up 5. And there's like scamper over the table itself. 10, 15, 20. Oh, he's only got 20-foot move. 20 it is right there. And he's actually going to chuck a spear at probably Thorin because he's weak and can't throw very far. And it just goes wide. Gene almost hits you, but not because he was trying. It just kind of embeds itself weakly into the wall and doesn't even last long there before it just kind of clatters to the ground. And that guy's done. All right, the kobold that's up at the top. It's rushing up to you, Zipek, and is going to try to stab you twice with his shield. Yeah, okay.
Stabbing me with a shield or a spear?
Sorry, spear. Yes, my fault. I misspoke. Yes, it is a very finely pointed shield.
I mean, there could be a shield with spike on it. I'll just for clarification.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a spear. 2.
Ouch.
First one's a natural 20, but even with the critical 10 points of piercing damage, the second one hits, does 3 points. So take 13 from this guy. Maybe you didn't quite give enough credit to. Or maybe you did and he just got lucky. Either way, that's all of the kobolds that you can spot. Nala, we're around to you.
Oh, you're gonna have to help me with this today. So I want to rage, so it's exclamation point rage.
Yep. And you're not the bear, so yeah, that's it.
That's rage without spacing or space rage?
Exclamation mark rage.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hit him, so it's exclamation point A. Then I have to parenthesis Crawl's mace. Crawl's maul.
You could do crawl, you could do maul, you could do whatever. As long as you have it equipped and have updated your character sheet in here. Otherwise, it's not going to recognize it.
I know. Yep. It's green and it's. I've been using it.
Okay.
Okay, and then my target is. Who's that little blue guy? Is he blue?
Who are you trying to target?
Definitely the one hitting Lyra.
The half dragon or the drake?
Half dragon.
Okay. Yeah, he's just blue.
Okay.
Don't forget that one
the one before for the
emboldening bond.
emboldening bond.
Is that to hit or to your damage? That's to hit, right?
No.
So do -B for bonus, like attack bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Space 1d4.
Okay. And I have my necrotic for the first one.
Okay, which does what?
1d6 plus 2.
Okay, so -D for damage, space 1d6 plus 2.
Woo!
Wow.
All right, so that's
my first.
You hit.
That's a 30 to hit. I'm trying to make sure that everything is calculated right here because that's a lot of dice rolls. So 2d6.
I rage. I scream at him like in his face, and then just haul them all over my shoulder and bring it down on his head.
Okay, 2d6 plus 6 is your what damage?
That's the weapon with the 6, which is my damage, and then it does 2d8 necrotic in itself.
Right. What's the second 2d6?
I don't know. That's all part of this mace.
It may have already been in the damage, and you added it a second time, maybe.
No. It does 1 target, 2d6 plus strength mod, bludgeoning damage plus 2d8 necrotic damage. I only swing it. I don't do it. And then it has, because I didn't write this, it does damage 2d6 plus 6, 2d8, and then 2d6, this is in your weapon, bludgeoning. And then I have necrotic. This is Carl's mace, so that's the way you put the mace in there. It says damage 2d6 plus 6, then 2d8 necrotic, and then 2d6 bludgeoning on top of that.
I pulled it from somebody that I thought had done a decent job on creating a homebrew item.
If you look at the effect, though, it just says 2d6 plus strength mod and then 2d8 necrotic.
Right, but what it actually has is 2d6 twice, and then your d6 plus 2.
Oh, it has magical bludgeoning.
Yeah, but
twice.
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Yeah, it's got magical bludgeoning listed twice. So
yeah, they did not make that properly. It is a beefy amount of damage, but it's not 41 points. Curses. Because that could make or break the thing. Otherwise, I'd say just wave it off and we'll figure it out later. But if you're doing like twice as much damage,
the 4 and the 3, and then the 5 and the 6 plus the 6. At least give me a.
Well,
it really seems like it should have stopped after where it says magical necrotic. So that 2d6, and I don't know. I'm just basing on what I'm reading here.
Your zealot necrotic damage is the 1d6 plus 2, right?
Yeah, you can take out the second 2d6. Unfortunately, the 11. It's still 30 points of damage.
Yes, that's accurate. I think the extra 2d6 is the only thing it's missing. The 1d6 plus 2 is your necrotic for your zealot, and then the plus 2 is your rage bonus at the end.
Still 30 points of damage is damn. And then I'm going to swing again and yell, I'm original, you're the fake, and bring it down again. Remember,
so you still get the -B, the 1d4 bonus, but not the damage bonus. Yeah, I got to find all the homebrew stuff here.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, actually, mine is only once per round.
Oh, once per round, so you don't get the dash B 1d4 either.
Okay.
So this one's just a straight attack, basically. All right, so I'll subtract 10 from that, but that's still 20 points.
Points of damage into him. Does he go to a knee?
Let's see.
Yeah, if I roll a 19 or 20, I crit. So.
Natural 19, right?
Natural 19 or 20, yeah.
You took a couple levels in the fighter class?
3 fighter, 5 barbarian.
Got it.
I'm a zealot. And a zealot.
I want to check out that subclass. It looks so cool.
Oh, it's amazing.
The zealot subclass? Yeah, if you're watching...
It only works on the first attack for each person, but yes.
If you're watching Critical Role, that's what Yasha is as well. That's why she adds a little bit extra on the first attack.
That's why she's a nasty barbarian. Yeah.
All right. He doesn't take a knee. His shield is kind of absorbed a little bit of this, but you definitely have his full attention. Like his eyes are kind of glazed over with like his own version of bloodlust, and snarls and says, "I see who the real threat is here." All right, that's bonus action. That's attack. And you didn't move, but I'm assuming you're not moving, right?
No. Kill him, Lyra. Kill him.
If I can. So regret stuff.
All right, I'll keep checking on that in a second. Meanwhile, you have these guys go. Here we are. Ba. Lyra, because you're still basically the closest one, and kobolds are simple people. I guess Thorin is technically closer at this point, and because kobolds are simple people, you're the closest one, so Thorin, you're going to get this one.
It'll miss.
Go for it.
And Sean, that divine fury is every turn, first creature you hit.
That's pretty awesome. By the way, counterspell.
Okay. Counterspell is third level. Yeah, you're good. It just kind of dissipates. So there's an orb that forms, and as it starts to float toward Thorin, it just kind of fizzles and disappears. And you see the kobold look really confused and like just start stamping his feet. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I'm also quite sad that I didn't read that it had missed,
Right.
but I wouldn't necessarily have known that. So that's how it goes.
Yep.
And that's why it missed.
Exactly.
He is small enough. He's not technically hiding, but he is taking cover behind this little table here. So anybody attacking him, he's got partial cover right now.
This does beg a question, though. Do I get my reaction back when my initiative comes up, or is this first round? Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's a weird thing where you technically, if you go late in the order, then on the first round, you sort of get a free reaction the way the rules are written.
Works for me at the moment since I rolled a natural 1 on my initiative.
Right. All right. I honestly don't remember where this dude is, and it may be because, oh, okay, there he is. Got it. Okay. Lyra, we're around to you.
And his target is blue, right? Just blue?
Just blue.
Just blue.
She looks at him and whispers something. I cast Dissonant Whispers at level 2.
You have no idea how glad I am I got that turned down.
I knew it was coming. That's why I waited to say anything. Yeah, and at level 2, Whiskey, take note. That's a little bit more damage there, especially if you're rolling max on the extra d6. 14 points of damage. He makes his wisdom save, so he only takes half, 7 points.
Could I add that d4 for the
Does it allow you to do it for damage?
It doesn't allow you to do it for damage.
It's
okay.
It's to hit and saves and skill checks.
and checks. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But the other thing that this does is force him to run away.
Run away, little boy. Run away.
Does it do that on a successful save?
Oh, let's see. And doesn't have to move away. No, you're right. Thank you.
Boo.
Yeah, I'm the
Yes.
equal opportunity rules lawyer.
No, I appreciate it. I do the same thing. All right. Oh, also,
And I think
Just-
that's
It's called Anthony. Is it able to find it in online?
what's that?
What? I know it's not named Krall's mace. She took the mace from somebody. I was going to try to look and see if I can find it.
I mean, it's not randomly online. It's in the homebrew section somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm doing like 300 things at the moment, so it's
No,
not.
that's why I'm going to look it up. So
It is listed properly, but whoever made it, I think, probably just went a little crazy on the damage stuff. I'll tweak it this week and
I'm
make my
kind of
own.
worried that Krall was doing that to us.
No. Plus, you guys basically, between Sloop and whatever else you guys had going on, he wasn't really able to get much off on you at all.
We survived it even if he was using it.
All right.
And the only other thing I can do. Do I get a bonus action if I cast a spell?
Yeah, you always have bonus action.
The only other thing I can do is Bardic Inspiration, and I will cast that on Nala. Bardic or
Yes.
cast Bardic?
No, not cast. It's not a cast. Bard is the command.
Arctic, and then
The name.
Charge.
Don't do -T. I think it's just the name, right?
minus T Nala. Yeah,
It is -T.
I thought so.
Hey, look, someone's giving you inspiration, Frank.
Nala. It's been a week. That's Nala. Just
No
copy.
T.
Okay. Bardic, Nala.
Of course, I would lose this guy completely. There you are.
There it is.
There
All
you go.
right. Oh, it looks like you used it twice, though. The first time,
Oh.
yeah, we've had that trouble before.
We'll just remember because it's the first time I've ever cast it. So
Right, but it won't let you do it again if you don't have any. Just change your CC. So CC Bardic
1.
1.
There you go.
All right, now red.
Which red? Oh,
Your red. The red with
Our
2
red.
Ds.
sweet. Finally.
Now, red, remember you do currently have your large scythe in your hand.
Am I able to make it through the door and behind the wormling?
Your scythe should have reach.
Yeah, but that's going to make it kind of hard to swing through without hitting people.
Archway, she should be able to step next to the ogre and then swing Oh no. Okay, I see it. There's a spot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can make it. Yeah, you can make it right there if you want, or you can make it around on the far side.
There is good.
Sean, there's a setting that you can turn on that'll help snap to grid. Off the top of my head, I don't remember where it is. Creature snap to grid. It's in the other settings. All right, Red, what are you up to?
I'm going to attack the wormling.
All right, go for it.
What is the target?
Wormling 4. Getting a little crowded in this doorway. After Red is Jean, and we're back up to the top of the order with Zipek.
Wait, which one did you say it was?
4.
Okay.
Ow.
Red continues her dice woes. Natural 1 is for a 9, misses, and even your 5 for a 13 still misses.
It just seems to be a problem with rangers in general, because Link seems to have that same issue.
Yep.
Got some bad luck going on tonight, that's for sure.
Got to be somebody in the party. Somebody's got to take one for the team.
I'm just glad it's not me for a change.
You always say that, and then it starts being you.
Right. I'll relieve everybody in a little bit.
Yeah, Brian's always willing to take one for the team. All right. Red, you doing anything for bonus action?
I will... this is a little bit late, but I will cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay, on the wormling or somebody else in the room?
Probably the wormling, because it hasn't taken any damage yet.
Okay, fair enough. Go for it. All right, done. Jean, who nobody sees in the corner.
How bad off does Blue look?
He looks like he's taken more damage than you possibly could, and looks like he has more health than you currently have. So he looks a little battered and beaten, but toe to toe, he would still win.
Let's see if I can remember important stuff. No. Okay, I can remember important stuff, and the important stuff is important. Okay, I will actually let me move back over here to the map so I can see. I am going to move 5, 10. Back. Nobody asked you. Go away. There we go. Why does that keep coming back? And I will cast Tasha's Mind Whip on Blue.
Okay.
Sweet. I know what that is.
Well, I better put that in quotation quotations.
Whip it good. Gene will whip it. When a dragling comes along, Gene will whip it.
I got those phones. That's my name.
All right, DC
And
15.
again-
Go ahead.
As I say, and again with the high rolls on the saving throws.
Yeah, a natural 19, even though it's a +0, so succeeds its save on the intelligence save, so half damage, 7 points. But none of the other effects take hold.
None of the other effects take.
It's a really cool spell, but yeah, you don't really get hardly any of the effects if the spell fails.
Literally had a 25% chance to make it save, but it's still saved.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, and that is Gene's turn. I'll stick around long enough for his G-Pack, but I need to use the restroom again.
All right. It is indeed G-Pek's turn.
T-Peck will use his sword and attack the kobold, and he's screaming, "Mutiny! Mutiny! I knew you kobolds could not be trusted!"
He is KO1.
Yep. And I'm using my pact ability to make 2 attacks with a weapon.
All right. Two 13s, both miss. You still hear the orc beside you saying, guys, we can't really fight. This is not cool. Resmir's not going to like this at all. All right, bonus action.
Negative.
All right, back around to the wormlings. We'll start with the one you guys actually know exists. I don't think any of the other ones will be anywhere nearby at the moment. The Wormling 4. Probably gonna stick to its current attack on Lyra. At least on the bite, because that's where its head is facing. Bite does not hit. Decides to swipe a tail at Red. Oh, that's not it. Does it not have a tail? Oh no, it just gets single attack. We will, however... Should have done that first. But I will learn for next time. All right, I don't think any of the other ones are in range anytime soon. No. Okay. Fair enough. Moving on. UA.
All right. How many bad guys do I see in here? Is it just the 2, the Wormling and Blue?
No. Let's see. You're right in the doorway. No, there's 4. One you may not have great line of sight on, depending on what you're trying to do. Maybe you haven't even seen it yet because you're in the doorway. But you know you've at least spotted 3.
All right, so Blue, Wormling 4, and just name one other one that I can see then.
KO2 is the one that you definitely can see.
I cast Bane on them.
All right. The blue half dragon makes its save. So does the kobold in the middle of the room. The wormling fails, so he
Suckage.
has the minus 1d4 on attacks and saves.
You can always recast it.
Bonus action or move? Are you staying put in the doorway?
I'm actually going to see if I can move. No, I'll stay right where I am.
All right.
I don't want to be in a line with other people.
Fair enough. All right. The blue half blue dragon gladiator is officially his name in the D&D Beyond. Is going to. It doesn't even seem like it's worth it. Ranged. Yep, he makes good on his promise, turns toward you, Nala, and is going to try to now bash you with the shield. Uh, 23 hits. You reduce it with your rage to only 4 points, and natural 19 plus 8 is a 27. That is an easy success on avoiding getting knocked prone. He growls, and seeing how the shield did not even nudge you an inch, he stabs at you twice with his spear instead of the shield this time. Both of them hit 25 and a 17, but you were reducing the damage again, so a 7 and a 4 total after the reduction, 11 points. So all said and done, 3 successful hits, and you only took 15 points of damage. You're feeling it, though.
Just a quick question. What is the difference between a dragonkin and a half dragon?
Dragonborn and a half dragon?
Yeah, sorry.
Half dragon would technically be of some sort of draconic actual ancestry, like one of their parents would actually be a dragon. The dragonborn is somewhere in their lineage, they have draconic ancestry. A lot of dragonborn, I'm giving you this largely kind of out of format, because if you're working with Dahon, he would have probably filled you in, as dragon cults are one of his big things. You would know most of this from him. A lot of dragonborn actually hate specifically Tiamat, but a lot of other dragons, because they are kind of almost like tokens, or seen as tokens of the dragons, and they would much rather be kind of seen as their own race themselves. And not beholden to or slaves of, and usually that's kind of what dragons want them to be, or at least what other people expect them to be. But to each their own, is kind of, each culture is a little bit different, but largely that's the big difference. Is Dragonborn has draconic ancestry somewhere, and it shows up a lot more than somebody that's just a draconic sorcerer, or a half dragon literally is, by definition, one of their parents was a dragon.
Got it.
They're the offspring of the bard and the dragon.
Right, exactly. The horny bard and the dragon gives you half dragons.
Exactly.
All right. Zipek, the orc up at the top, is still just thoroughly confused. Guys, I'm sure we can work this out. I don't think this is actual mutiny. I don't think there's anything. Oh man, Resmir's gonna be so mad. And still not really doing anything. Thorin.
All right, Thorin is going to continue to try and punch Blue in the face.
Go for it. All right, 24 and a 23 both hit. 6 and a 7 on the damage. He's starting to look a little more beat up now.
All right, we're going to continue into our flurry. Man, those flurries just never want to hit.
Oh, yeah. One more. Yeah, now you know my pain on that fight against Willem in the arena.
I didn't get to be there for that one.
That was pretty much how that went, too. It was supposed to be a pretty even fight, and the guy hit once, and I think it was basically because Willem let him.
Just keep on wasting my key points.
All right, that's action, bonus action. I assume you're not moving.
Nope, not moving.
All right. Well, things happen elsewhere. Things still happen elsewhere. All right. And your big lumbering ogre says, "It's a little crowded here." And is trying to maneuver around the... Oh, he can just go straight through here.
Comes from the Wyrmling.
Technically, he traveled through your space.
No.
But yes, I mean, probably just stepped over the Wyrmling. Let's be honest. He's low enough to the ground. And his legs, RuPaul's legs are long enough. Let's see. That is not what I was trying to do. All right, let's see. I may actually have him go back here. Ooh, that may work. Yeah, he's gonna go back here. And he raises his big club and like swings it around in circles. It's like Captain Caveman, if you guys remember that, and like swinging the club around up in the air.
Gotcha.
And just kind of Captain Caveman. And then he points it at the blue half dragon, and there's just this wall of water. Thorin, you're actually going to be in this, unfortunately, because he really is not 100% great at aiming. But it also hits. Let me double check. 30 feet long, 10 feet wide, 10 feet tall. Yes. Okay. It hits the Half dragon, it hits the kobold that's in the middle of the room, and it hits the caster on the other side of the table. But like I said, again, Thorin also hits you. Let's see. I think that's caster 2. Did I tell you guys this? Yeah, 2 and KO 2. Yeah, so there's this massive wall of water that just kind of appears right at your feet, Thorin, and just kind of bubbles up, and before you even have a chance to step out of the way and like dodge, it just kind of engulfs the dragon, the half dragon, the kobold, both kobolds in the room. The blue half dragon seems like he's barely standing. Thorin, you made your dex save, so take 10 points of bludgeoning damage. The blue half dragon also made the save, but still takes the 10. The caster in the back failed and is a little rough, and it just completely overwhelms the kobold in the middle of the room, and he just kind of gets blown out the back door and does not get up again. Oh, sorry, no, he is still alive. My bad. The caster gets blown out the back door and is nowhere to be seen. Now I gotta drop another kobold in the room. Let's see. Thorin, you and the blue half dragon are also not prone, but the one that is still alive is laying on the ground now. I think he was there. Here. Yep, here. All right. And he just, the ogre just gives like a harumph of satisfaction. Good. All right, that guy is elsewhere. All right, this kobold here, since I'm in that room already, he uses half of his movement to stand up, and then comes running in and doesn't really know where else to go, so goes right beside his much larger buddy and takes a stab at you, Thorin, with his spear. Gonna attack you twice, and with his pack tactics actually gets advantage if he's within 5 feet of an ally.
He's packing.
First attack misses. He stabs wide as he's still just kind of completely covered in water, just like the two of you, just like coughing up this seawater that came out of nowhere. Second attack, he kind of steals himself a little more and just kind of jabs at your foot and hits you. You take 8 points of piercing damage. And then, oh, let me go back because you got one up there with you, G-Pek.
Yep.
All right, back up on top. This guy is basically doing the same thing, but without the benefit of, actually, let's see. Well, it's not going to matter because this guy is not necessarily overly helpful at the moment. So he's just going to attack without the pack tactics. Both those hit. This guy seems to be the only one that can crit around here. 18 hits for 8 points of piercing, and the second one is a natural 20. So with the crit, it's only 3 points more than the first attack. So 11.
I got super kobold up here.
Right. It's like, the only mutiny I see is the one you're trying to start. And you see him actually starting to bring the horn up to his lips again. But here to use his action.
One-handed spear?
That was two-handed, but he released his grip, and so he's not going to blow it on this turn, but it looks like he's about to do it on his next action. All right, now to Nala, because anybody else is inaccessible at the moment.
It's going to be minus T blue, minus B 1d4. And how do we do my Zealous? I'm writing this down.
Dash D. What is it? 1d6 plus 2. So D,
right.
D is damage. B is a bonus to the roll.
Right, and if I wanted to do inspiration, it's inspiration.
At the end, no dash.
Just write in.
Yeah. What are you wanting to use it for? You want to use it for the attack or for the damage? Because remember, with Tasha's, you can choose now.
Damage.
Okay, then don't apply it. Just roll it separately at the end.
Okay. First attack on blue. Remember, minus only 2 points.
All right, let's see if the 2 makes a difference. He was critical already, so I don't think so. Nope. Even minus the 2, you dropped him to negative 12.
Okay, I spit on him, step forward, and do my second attack on the kobold.
All right, you guys see, so you're basically like straddling over the body.
Yeah, and I spit on him and move forward, and I'll do my next attack on the kobold.
All right.
This time I'm going to use the, I'll use the 1d8, so it's...
KO2.
KO2?
Yeah.
And no necrotic, but I will do a roll the 1d8. Oh, I could do minus D 1d8, right?
Yeah.
For the inspiration. Okay.
Yeah, you just have to remember that it'll say that you still have inspiration, but you don't. But that's fine.
That's fine.
I knew there was somebody missing
I think that's right.
on this.
And I slam him to the ground. It's only 2 extra points to remove from that, so it's 25 points of damage.
All right.
Nala crushes the blue to the ground with a thud, spits on him, moves forward and swings again and crushes the kobold into the ground.
2 up, 2 down.
Now for the doggy.
Fair enough.
And for my bonus, I'm going to do second wind.
Okay.
Question, how do I do that?
I think that's I think that should be an alias.
Are you thinking second wind or are you thinking action surge?
No, I hadn't used my action surge. I have a second wind. I'm a 3rd level fighter.
Right, but second wind gives you health. Have you taken damage yet?
Yeah, I took damage.
You took a little bit. Yeah. So second, you could try doing alias second, maybe. I'll check.
Alias?
If I say alias, it's a command, exclamation mark. But let me see.
Okay. Second wind, space second wind. Then.
No, there's never a space.
Then it should be second wind. Maybe like Bard.
But I don't know for certain. I've got a huge list I'm looking through to see if there's anything on there. All right, we'll figure it out at some point.
Okay.
It may be fighter. Yeah, so exclamation mark fighter space wind. There you go. 10 points. 10 points healed up.
That's better than nothing.
Spider wind sounds like some kind of gas passing.
Or something, some sort of anime thing.
So then she does the and flexes back. Picks up the mace again. And is ready.
All the shoulders and the neck. Let's go.
Yeah. You hear it all crack. Let's help Zeethbeck.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Next up is the
dead
creature
caster
that got blown out the door with the tidal wave.
The undead caster.
And then somebody that you haven't found yet.
He was unworthy.
Somebody else you haven't found yet. Lyra.
Yeah. Since that one's dead, I guess,
You have a doggy next to him.
so I do. I will shoot the doggy. That's Wormling. Wormling 4.
Yes.
And it's at disadvantage because I'm in melee.
You're trying to shoot? Yeah, disadvantage.
Okay.
Natural 1. So, yeah. Shot goes wide.
Yep. I'll try again because there was only one attack.
You're not able to get quite the draw that you're used to with this much stuff going on all over the place.
Yeah.
You need a shillelagh loot.
Oh, that time I missed again.
You're able to fire well enough this time, but it just kind of plinks off the scales and no effect. Bonus action?
Let me double check something real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
All right.
That way if it decides to read them.
Fair enough.
When it's casting on myself, do I have to target myself?
Yes.
Or no?
Otherwise, it rolls the healing, but it doesn't know who to heal.
Four point.
All right.
Wow.
A little bit. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, a little bit.
That one you haven't found yet either. We're round 2 red as everybody's swarming around this wormling. Red, you are I didn't notice it before and you didn't pick up on it. You are currently flanking this creature, by the way, if you're attacking at melee. Which means you can attack with advantage.
She was flanking last round.
That's why I said I didn't notice it and she didn't pick up on it.
Lyra, I put your new weapon in out of character.
Oh, really?
You alive in there, Red?
Yeah, the Discord was being dumb and cutting it out a bunch.
Gotcha. You better
I'm
now?
gonna help you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you heard me. You're up, and you are currently flanking, which you were last time. I just didn't notice it before, and you hadn't picked up on it either. So feel free to roll with advantage if you're attacking with your scythe again.
Okay, I will do that.
anybody watching is getting to see me move a whole bunch of miniatures around all over the place and frustratingly get caught on all of the blocks of building everywhere. It's really cool to have multi-tiered buildings. It's really not cool to have to move them up and down all of the flights of stairs.
Yeah, the next map is just going to be one big open field.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've had big open stuff before. It's just not nearly as fun. I really like this, especially if you guys were to take advantage of different heights and depths and stuff like that. It's a lot of work.
I forgot to do both of them.
Okay, we'll do it again. First one hits 20 for 19 points. Your hunter's mark doing a decent amount of damage too. He's looking pretty rough. And the second one hits with a 21 for another 17 points. And you just completely trounce this guy. So describe for me what happens to this poor wormling.
So while it's turned around towards Lyra, I bring the scythe over under its neck and then pull it back.
Okay, so the first strike, you kind of lay it out a little bit, and his mouth is opened up, and so you're just grabbing with the scythe on the underside as you reach around, and then you yank it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys on the other side just see, like, pretty much the entire creature split in half and, like, hanging from a giant fisherman's hook at the end of Red's scythe.
Good job, Red.
The ogre says, "Look yummy."
Ew.
More dinner.
Any bonus action?
No.
You currently don't see anybody to attack, if that matters for you. All right, hold and put. Are you moving at all?
Two seats back. Upstairs.
Yeah, I'll start going upstairs.
All right. Yeah, have fun with that. So if you hold shift, you can move like a square at a time, and sometimes that makes it easier to go up. Sometimes it just gets caught and runs into walls.
And your move is 30, correct, Red?
40.
Rangers. And then beyond that, Jean, it is your turn.
The cat is over here attacking my keyboard hand.
You don't need it.
All right. Well, if you want me moving people around, I do.
No, that's what the cat says.
Oh, well, yeah. All right, so the little section of going up the stair there that's right next to me, is that high enough or blocked off in some fashion that I wouldn't be able to go straight that way to get up towards the stairs?
From where you are...
Down is 2? Or...
Yeah, if you make an athletics check, because it is like a, I don't know, like a 5-6 foot little wall, you could climb up it and make an athletics check. I'd count it as 10.
All right, so...
But it's not a difficult DC.
That's going to be fun because I literally have a bonus 0 to athletics, but
So Anthony's had a 0 on all his saves.
Yeah. Yeah, all the saves you made me make.
Yeah, and that have still passed. Ugh. So that's a 6.
Okay. You're struggling to kind of climb up. You feel like you could probably do it, but it would basically take your move to get up onto that, or you can go around.
It's the same thing.
There's nothing that is forcing you to like fall. You just feel like you would very ungracefully be able to take your entire move to get up there.
It would be the same, Sean.
It would take longer to go around.
Yeah, it would take longer to go around. Just use the whole thing to climb up.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm going to do.
All right.
I'd throw you up, but I'm not there.
You can hear commotion for sure because it's just like the next floor up. But you definitely don't have any line of sight on what's going on at the moment.
I guess since I'm not getting very far, I will take the dash action. And I will move another 30. So that's 10. I have to move the map so I can actually see where I'm going. Oh, and I'm gone.
I still got you. Where do you want to go?
Okay.
The world.
I'm going up the stairs.
How much more do you have left?
I have 20 more.
5, 10, 15. 15 puts you at the top of the stairs and 10 feet away from the orc that you still technically have charm person on. Or I guess Zpec does, yes.
Yeah. Zpec got mad that I was stealing his accent, so he went and stole my shtick.
Yeah.
Going around charming people.
So you have 5 more feet, but that would put you at melee with this orc.
I will actually, since I can do it myself, I will do it myself.
Are you still invisible or no?
Oh, yeah. And I don't even have bonus actions, so that is the end of my turn.
All right. Speaking of Zpec, we're back around to you and this kobold that could.
Just gonna attack him again. We're gonna actually hit something this time. Oh, jeez, Steve.
Well, natural 1 for a 9 on the first one. Definitely misses. 21 hits, 11 points of slashing damage, and you're finally starting to clip into this guy a little bit.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to use my second wind.
All right. Everything except for no space after the exclamation mark. All right. So 5 more points of healing. You kind of get a little surge of adrenaline and clear your head. You have a great sword. Yeah, so the first one just kind of swinging wide. The fact that he's kind of elevated is making it kind of a weird thing for this larger weapon to be able to strike up at him. That may be what your issue is. Currently, you do not see any other wormlings, so we're going to move on for now. Yue.
I will approach Lyra since she looks kind of bloody, and I will give her a little bit of healing.
All right. Max roll on the D8. 15 points of healing.
Nice.
Somebody gave you a magic mushroom.
I feel a lot better.
You look rough. Here.
Thanks.
It's dangerous out there. Here, take this.
Much better.
Beat to it, Anthony.
Sorry, that was your action, UA. Did you want to do a bonus action of any sort?
I'm not sure if we're all going upstairs or if just some of us were, so I will... Let me move to the other side of RuPaul. That looks good over there.
You still have 10 feet of movement.
Move forward 5 and then diagonally 5.
Okay.
One more up. There.
Okay. You all hear calling out or from the other side of the ravine, a return horn. And Zipek, the orc standing behind you, says, oh man, there definitely are intruders here. I'm going to go check it out. And starts running down the stairs.
Okay.
Which way in the ravine? Behind us?
On the other side of the ravine. You're not really sure. I mean, there's only one other side of the ravine.
Is it the way we came in or somewhere else?
That would still be this side of the ravine. The way you came in is still on this side of the ravine. I'm saying on the other side is where it's coming from.
When we were down, so that would be down the ravine, other side being on the we couldn't get there without crossing the bridge side.
Correct. Yes, if that clarifies things. Yeah, the ravine being down or in. And when they were exploring down there, there was a left side where things were up and a right side where things were up. I'm saying on the far side that you haven't been to yet is where you hear the horn come from.
It occurred to me I have control of the map. So
yes,
on the left side of the screen
see
is what he means.
Yeah. Not that the characters can necessarily see, but I think you guys don't have line of sight on anything that the active character isn't able to see anyway. So
I tried to zoom out just in case.
I see it.
Okay, so Gene, technically, this orc actually went running past you. If you would like to take an attack of opportunity, then you theoretically are able to. Whether that's
I am not to hit things with a stick type.
I had a feeling that was going to be the answer. He runs down and Red spots you on the stairs and quickly draws his weapon and, oh man, I found the intruder. Hey guys. And tries to flash at you with his great axe.
Great axe? Wow.
What do you expect? He's an orc. Tropes and all that.
Talks like a halfling.
Yeah, his voice was a little deeper when I started, but now that he's been charmed, you realize he was putting on a front the entire time. But does not actually hit you at all. But you have an orc right in front of you. So there's that. Thorin, there's some sort of scuffling going up on the stairs. Yeah, you can see what's going on. That orc that was charmed kind of comes back down and sees people that he hadn't spotted before and is trying to attack your buddy.
Trying to attack my buddy?
I mean, Red, if Red is your buddy.
Well, I'm assuming you mean Red as in...
The only Red that you're aware of.
Okay.
Red the Ranger.
Ranger.
Two Ds.
I will rush up and try and tell him, no, she's a friend of ours.
I'm going to have to set up a push to talk if I'm going to be doing Tailspire too. That is 25 feet of movement, Thorin.
That's fine.
He's not picking up too much of the clickety clack.
Oh no, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of like I have to move them and then switch over to Discord to click the button to turn on the mic.
Oh, you have to push to talk currently on. That's right.
No, I have it.
Oh,
off.
muted.
I'm using
Muted. That's right.
Yeah, I'm muting and unmuting myself.
Gotcha. Is that all you're doing? You're moving. That was, you said 25?
Yeah. And then I'm going to tell him not to attack her. Can I get in between them or no? See anybody else but myself?
I don't know that there's no, because he's basically at melee.
Yeah. So like I said, I will call out, no, she's a friend.
You can try to make a persuasion check, but you're going to do it with disadvantage at this point. There's been way too much fighting, and there's dead friends all over the floor.
It could be a deception.
I mean, no, because you've been going with the persuasion route this entire time. You're not going to be able to switch and trick him at this point. Plus, I think it's a +0 either way.
Yeah, it is for me. That's a 9.
He's like, no, you guys, you're in on it. Hey, new guy, your buddies are in on it. Not overly smart, but not overly stupid enough to fall for the shenanigans downstairs.
So you weren't going to let me attack him then? That was my whole thing.
You are not in range right now.
Oh, okay.
Your action was to try to persuade him. That's why I was clarifying if that's what you were doing.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you have your bonus, and you can't really get past them. And unless you push red out of the way, you can't get up into melee at this point.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I guess as a monk, you could theoretically do dope monk shit, but you'd have to let me know what you're trying to do otherwise.
Nope.
I mean, I think I have a hammer with a 20-foot range, but I'd have to switch weapons, and of course that would mean no action left anyway, so. No
right. All right, at least for now, we're going to keep on passing on those guys because they're not close enough to matter. The ogre looks up at the orc on the stair and says, "Hey, I remember you." And he scratches his head. "Rupa all not remember." And let's see. Range area 30. Yeah, I can't necessarily get anywhere good for that. Okay. Yeah, he'll do that. He gestures and swings his great club again above his head. This is a great club, but he's large enough. He just kind of holds it with one hand, swings it around, mutters a few things, and then points it at the orc. And you see like this little bit of flame coalesce at the end of it and just kind of sits almost like it's burning the club. And then it's like, oh, hot. And he blows on the end of it, and the entire bit of fire just goes scorching toward the orc. OR1. Yeah. but it does. It only makes it like halfway and then falls down into the pit down below, and burns out. Oh. Well, never mind. I guess you're okay. Nala, back around to you as other things are happening elsewhere.
Just checking to see what strength you needed to wield this maul one-handed.
It's not really possible.
It's always possible.
It's not really possible unless you were a much larger creature.
Okay.
I would maybe allow it if somebody like cast enlarge on you and only while you were enlarged, but that'd be about it.
Okay. The door. The opening. Yes. I'm going to move over and stand against the wall, not in the open. I have 40, so I can get to anywhere where I'm hidden like that. And then I'm going to just kind of peek out.
Make a perception check.
$20.
Okay. You peek out and see a whole slew of stuff. Some of them just kind of gathering on the far end of the bridge, some of them rushing across the bridge.
Is the bridge wooden?
It is made up of a number of things. The beams kind of supporting the roof, the covered part is definitely wooden. The slats are partly wooden. The majority of the structure itself is actually stone.
Is the floor stone?
That's what I'm saying. The slats itself on the bottom, largely wooden. You're not really sure what may be below it, but at least kind of, the floor itself looks mostly wooden.
Okay. We've got company. Maybe we want to burn the wood on the bridge. To the door.
Yeah.
Fight here. I don't know why I'm doing like an Arnold, but we need to fight here. Hold him at this opening. And
with the 20, I will specify you see at least one more Drake. You see a handful of kobolds and a number of, you're not really sure at this quick of a glance how many, but a number of half dragons on the other side.
yes, and that's when I said we need to fight here.
Yeah, I was just clarifying because you did make a decent roll there that you got more than just there's a lot. You got a little bit of a head count.
Time to run or fight. Yep.
That was your action. You have bonus action if you want to use it, but I don't think as a barbarian there's much for you to do.
No, because since I'm not going to hit somebody at this point, I'll drop, my rage will drop.
Yeah, your rage will end.
That's okay.
All right. At least for now, still passing on this. Lyra.
Okay, so
That's all I said too in my turns.
I'm actually going to go over there. I'm going to grab the ledger book. It's still on the table.
Okay.
I'll shove that in my bag real quick. And
Okay, sounds good.
still standing there, I can look down the bridge and... do I have a shot left or no? Because I took that time to grab the book and shove it in my bag.
If you grabbed it and shoved it in your pack, that's probably going to be your action.
Okay. Well, then I will stand there and wait and be ready a shot.
All right. Bonus action.
I don't think I have one that I would like to use on the joke check, though. No, I don't have one I can use.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
This would be a great place for a flaming orb.
Red.
I don't have that one.
You're red.
Okay, so, since he's right in front of me, I will attack.
Okay, go for it. He is OR1. Pretty easy. You have a little trouble because you're on the stairs, but you've fought with this weapon long enough that it doesn't slow you down too much. First swing as it hits, 7 points. Second swing, you just kind of take out his leg from under him and not only kind of slash at him, but he also tumbles off the stairway itself and lands on the ground below you, dead. Anything else? Bonus action or move?
I can't see anyone right now, can I?
See any enemies?
Yeah.
Not currently, no.
Then I will keep going up the stairs.
All right. That's 15 to put you at that spot. So 20, 25. You can definitely see the one that Zipek has been fighting against. So kind of taking up a defensive stance with his spear at end of the room there.
Okay, I will stay there and use my bonus action to switch to the ranged part.
All right. Fair enough. That can be done. Okay. Next up is, I think, Jean. Yes, Jean.
The dancing machine.
Mean Jean,
so I see
dancing machine.
I see that Zipek seems to have this kobold at least occupied, and I see Red just came up, which looks like to help. Did I hear Nala holler about enemies?
Yeah, she's just at the bottom of the stairs, basically.
Yeah. I'm not soft spoken either, so.
She'll load it out.
Yeah, because this is not the easies. So you said shift, right?
Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm standing on Thorin, which means I can't actually be there.
Correct.
So let's go. Oop, that was the wrong way.
Yep, that's it.
And the height monster.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
I can't see a thing.
Pull the green diamond up a little bit.
No. I mean, like, my character can't see any bad guys.
Oh, no, correct.
How much is in the fridge? That's a casket. Oh, you probably won't have that.
So I'm actually here. That was 25. So 30, and then dash 35.
Yes.
That's 40.
If you move behind the table, you can see.
That's 50.
It's fine.
I am not standing on the table, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
And so now I assume then, like he said, I can see.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a decent distance, but yeah, you're able to make out. Before somebody asks, the length of just the bridge, not counting anything else, the length of just the bridge is about somewhere between 100 and 110 feet.
All right. I will. The hype monster got me. Actually, no, I think I just disappeared. I did that. Yeah. Okay, that'll be my turn, I guess.
All right. Zipek, there's still time.
Kill it. Stop playing with your food.
Or your cousin.
Whoa.
At least when I slither in a sister, she
Are
isn't
you
mine.
testing something? Yes, thank you.
Red, Zipek was just waiting for you to get up to the top of the stairs so he had a witness.
That he can hit.
2 really nice strikes, 13 and 16 points of damage, respectively. So 29 points of damage finally finishes off this very tenacious little kobold. Do you say anything, Red, or are you just standing there?
I will clap.
Yeah, Zipek, you probably didn't even actually see that Red was there, but at this point, you hear just casual clapping behind you.
Golf clapping.
And Zipek will turn and bow and kind of stagger a little bit because he's bleeding profusely. He's got more holes in him than he's supposed to have.
Yeah, there's probably like at least four different puncture wounds in his chest as he turns around that you couldn't see necessarily from the backside. Bonus action, Zipek.
I already used my second wind. I don't think I have any other bonus actions.
You got a little bit of warlock stuff going on.
I don't think any of it gives me bonus actions, though.
Got a potion in that pack?
That would be negative, and no, I have no potions.
No potions in his pocket, and he's not happy to see you.
Nope. No bonus action. Done deal.
I know the
Move?
potions.
Yeah, you can still move if you'd like.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me bring up the Okay, so where am I? Okay, there I am. Are we on the roof of this thing?
Nope, you're on basically the second floor from where you guys started.
Of the
Are there
guard tower.
stairs going up so we can look out?
Yes.
Go up that way. I want to look towards wherever that other horn was blowing.
All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You only have 30. Sure to use your move, right?
I only have, I believe, let me double check. I'm pretty sure. Yes, that's correct.
All right. So 30 gets you partially up the flight of stairs.
Yeah, no, that's good. Done.
All right.
I'm leaving a trail of blood.
All right. What you all see is now a slew of both what looks like guard drakes and wormlings starting to rush across the bridge, followed closely by a small cadre of kobolds. Those of you who have line of sight, which I would say currently would be Nala peeking around the corner, Jean, and Lyra. You see on the far side a large orc, arms folded, just kind of staring down at all of you, like a giant mace in their hand, and a couple of half dragons. They are just kind of watching, peering, waiting to see what you're going to do as all of these Draco adjacent creatures are starting to make their way across the bridge in rapid succession and in great number. And we're going to leave you guys hanging until the next time we get back to this group.
Bum, bum, bum.
Because otherwise we'll be here till like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Yep.
So I intentionally made it like I held off a little bit more, so we don't have to deal with who took damage in terms of the creatures. I'll just recreate what's left of the battle, but you guys just don't like long rest or anything, and we'll jump right back in next time we get around to this group.
Cool.
All right. Well,
Yay.
Yeah, this is definitely the group that's a lot more of a get to your destination, fight all the things, and so we're keeping up that trend of you got
That's
to the
'cause we don't
destination,
spend
you're
enough
fighting
time
all the
with them.
things.
It's like that child you only see every 3 months.
Yep. Well, it's a little harder to be super invested in 2 different characters, and especially, I knew that with this kind of being the side quest group. That's why I told you, make mercenaries and don't get super attached to them.
Well, dude, it's not hard to be invested in more than one character.
Yes,
No.
yes, but for some it's a little more difficult, and especially knowing that there were some that were jumping in for the first time. I wanted this to be not over the top in terms of initial development. Hopefully you guys have started to coalesce as a group and have started to kind of get a little bit of your own infusion of how you want the character to be down the road, but I didn't want to necessarily have a lot of baggage initially. So I think we've accomplished that so far, and there's plenty of time for you guys to kind of flesh things out as we go, assuming you survive.
Well, then there won't be a side quest anymore.
Well,
You'll survive.
This is your opportunity for the dozens of characters that I know some of you have floating around to be able to plug and play. If one dies or one just doesn't want to be available, as long as they're willing to be a part of a mercenary crew, then you can always plug them into this for a week or extended period of time.
That depends if we ever get to an inn or to a town.
We've plugged people in and out before. We're a little more fluid with this group, and because we're usually doing it when we're missing people, so we got to be. All right. Any parting shots before we sign off for the night?
There needs to be less concentration spells.
I have said that for, a year now? Yes.
You don't have to take all the concentration spells. Prior to Xanathar's Guide, there were not a whole lot of concentration spells, and Xanathar's Guide really expanded the capabilities of casters to do more things.
Yeah, bards are mostly all concentration spells.
And bards fall into that same category as enchanter wizards.
Yes.
which most of their spells are concentration.
You would not want enchantment spells that don't have concentration because they would work for a round, a lot of them, and then no longer work.
I missed in the old system that the bards were actually party buffers as well, and they're not really buffers anymore. They're more crowd control.
You absolutely can be.
I missed that in previous editions. I could throw off 3 different hold person spells and not have to maintain concentration on them and have 3 people held without having to blow a 5th level spell slot.
Yes, but the buffing for the bards is still concentration. So it's like.
But anyways, the rest of this conversation could take place off stream.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they've updated editions and why, for the most part, everybody's always said in older editions, casters at high levels done broken.
Hey, one thing before we go off streams, I just gotta say, boss level kobolds should be worth more.
You didn't pick his pocket, so you didn't get the diamond.
And with that, I guess we're done for the night. Till next week, which I believe will have the majority of our normal party back up and running. We will see you then. Be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. Have a good night.
Peace.
Good night.
Night.
Ciao.